listen or whatever. So, Jason, do you want to hit the opening? So I'm doing fine. I feel like everybody pretty much knows me here. And I'm with the Northwest Berry Foundation. We have Jason, who's also here, Katie, who's outside, and then Lockhart, who is also out at the registration table. I think this is our 17th year of doing this workshop. Every single one of those years that we've done it, it's been fully industry sponsored. So I just want to thank everybody. The recorded and virtual part of this is still coming from a block grant that we've had for the last few years. This will be the last year of that, but the rest of you folks, Valley Ag, ORBC, Decoy, Terraborn, Ernst Irrigation, Oxbow, Marion Ag, Scenic Fruit, Proud of Co-op, Wilbur Ellis, Northwest Plants, Nutrien, North American Plant Company, Nature Egg, Oregon Blueberry, and Fall Creek. All of those people play a role in this. So thank you, and thank them when you see them. If you guys have not parked in head first into a parking space and have not put a permit on your dash out there and do that, those are requirements for, well, the class is in session here. Trying to think of what else. We have 3 different types of pesticide credit offerings that'll happen. We'll circulate that at our last presentation when Justin O'Day is speaking. We have CCE credits this time in addition to Washington and Oregon. So somebody had requested CCE. I'm saying that right? Yeah. Credits. So in case anybody has that, that's additional. I think we can get rolling. Let's see. I think we have the machine harvester developments for the 2025 season, which would be, you know what, Jason, I realize, we probably just do this, we don't need panel. So if John and Frank want to hit the hot seat, Frank, do you want to go first with you giving some updates, and then John will pull your slides up for yours, and then we can get into questions. Yeah, you guys both want to come up. So John, go ahead.
Oh, okay.
Oh, I'm sorry. Frank, go ahead. I know I just said that.
Frank from Little Harvester. So basically on our new stuff as the True Orbit picking head, you know, this is like our 4th season with that. We're learning a lot more of what we can and can't do with it. So the True Orbit head, we've been mostly blueberries with that and red raspberries. But as this blackberry market gets more into the fresh side, it's something that we should really consider for that as well. So it's very selective. It's got a lot of energy to get the fruit to come off, and it's it's a true orbital head. So the thing that we're seeing is that it lifts the fruit clusters up, and then as they drop, the way that the berry helps dislodge itself. So we're getting a more selective. Ripe fruit only, leaving more red and green on the bush, which later comes up and ripens as well. Now, our California customers have last year went in for the first year with no hand labor at all on the fields. And they went in and they packed out one of their best year pack outs ever last year. And they're running exclusively the True Orbit heads. So that's a plus. And their tonnage was up, probably because we're not knocking off the red and green fruit, and then that ripens, and so you later capture that as well. So less loss, better selectivity, and great yields, or great pack outs. So, but in blackberries, the double stacked HHDX head, where there's weights above and below the ears. That one is probably still the favorite for blackberries, because it's got the energy. If you get into a sunburn situation where that fruit tends to want to hang on there, you can definitely get that off without destroying the, the rest of the crop. So it's got enough energy to shake that and get those seeds on, a little bit dried berries off, so then you can get back to your regular routine and get back to picking. So the guys that have been running the double stack heads had, probably the best luck. A couple years ago when we had that real hot spell. So never knowing when we're gonna see them hot spells. That is nice to be able to get in, shake out the fruit that's a little bit sunburned, and then get back to it. So the traditional heads, there's a lot of blackberry guys that still run the smaller HD shaker heads, and those work also, but they're fully weighted up in those situations. So the big machines, the bigger heads, you can pretty much run almost the same weights from beginning to end. And that's one of the things that we've seen with the program is we put in most of the weight in the beginning, and we're starting off with a 450, 420 RPM in the first picks, and then run it up to about 900 or so on the cleanup picks. So we have not had to add weights to those. The HHDX and the HHD heads, we're still generally starting with about a 1 inch weight behind the pyramid weight, and then sequence through the picks by adding about 1 inch of weight per pick. So your final pick, you're gonna be up there with the pretty much full weights or nearly full weights on those heads to get the fruit to come off. The new XL1s, we're on our 3rd year with those this year. Those things have been working out really well. It's the new hydraulics, new electronics. So the nice thing about those machines is, well, there's a good thing and a bad thing. The bad thing is they do not work when they're cold, right? So if you're in a hurry and you're moving machines in this cold weather, and you go out and haul one back from Canada and you go to fire it up, plan on it sitting there for about 15 minutes to get some temperature in it before anything works, right? They don't kick on until the oil's moving through them. So that's one of the downsides to those. The good side is, as soon as they kick on and it functions, we're setting our speeds with our percentages. So you say cup speed, is 0 to 100%. Let's say we got it set at 60% typically. When you set that speed, it's going to be the same speed in the morning as it is during the heat and when it cools back down. So those valves are very precise, keeping everything exactly where you want it to be. So, and that's also true with the shaker heads, the old style machines with the gear pumps. You got to go in and set them, 45 minutes later when they get fully up to temperature, you usually have to make a little adjustment. You don't have to do that so much with the new machines. They stay pretty true to where you set them. The new machines have a little bit more weight. We can do about 7,500 pounds on the elevator on the new machines, versus 6,000 on the XLs and about 5,000 on the over the roads. So when it comes to moving a lot of fruits, they have a capability of handling it a lot heavier with the new hydraulic system. On the blackberry market right now, it kind of leaning towards a better year, we think. Last year, a couple of years haven't been really good for the blackberries, but some of the guys talking that with a few of the guys that pulled out, the whatever it is, 500 to 700 acres that probably could come out this year. That should help pricing and stuff going into this year. So the market has been kind of soft at Little Harvester, let's say. Everybody's inquiring what's available, but nobody's wanted to write checks yet to secure it for the season. So we do have machines available, but I think with the labor situations that we're seeing right now, that's going to probably not be enough equipment for the season. And so, you know, the guys that kind of wait till the last second might be a little bit in trouble. So, you know, we've heard rumors that our first one of the first farms down in southern Oregon got visited by the bus and took a large number of their crew away. That wasn't quite legal. So that was the first stop this season that we've heard of that. And so, you know, make sure you guys not only have their documents, but they have their paperwork with them too. Cause it's gonna be sketchy with the things that are going on politically with that. Other than that, you know, see us early, you know, parts, you know, we got some big farms that we deal with, and those guys can call and take a lot of product inventory. Looks like product lines are good in stock, so fairly decent lead times on things. So, you know, we still got enough time to get whatever we need, as long as we know what that needs are gonna be coming in. Because the guys that are running, you know, 30 to 50 machines on a farm, those guys can still put the hurt on us when it comes to parts. So, other than that, we've got some new machines in process right now in the XL1 department. There's been some talk about building a batch of the SRX, the side road machines, which are famously the BlackBerry machines. So those, you know, obviously it's too late for this year, but anybody that might, you know, make some choices for next year, it'd be nice to know right after season if that's something of interest. Because we've got a few guys wanting them, but it's not enough to, let's say, push the button just yet.
Can you describe them? What does that mean?
Okay, so the SRX, I've got some brochures over
There's
here,
one over there.
but the SRX is the platform on the side. So it's our standard berry picker design from the beginning of time, where you're down low and the guys are stacking fruit back behind you. And then, you know, our over the road models, the whole deck is above, the driver's directly over the top of the row. And all that stuff behind it.
And the side road, you are not over the row?
No, the side row, the deck is down in between the rows and the picking head straddles
It's kind
the
of
row.
over.
Yeah, and so that's obviously a less expensive machine, right? It's not completely wrapped in stainless steel and all the cool
Sure.
stuff that goes on with the big machine.
Does it accommodate fresh?
Oh, yeah,
It
yeah,
does.
yeah. Yeah, so you know, the side row is what we call basically a 2-drop machine. It's gonna drop onto the catchers, into the cups, onto the inspection belt, and then the next drop's in the crate. So basically 3 drops to the crate. So, and that's our newest machines have that same design, but you know, the side row has 1 cleaner fan. The new XL1s, for example, have 4 cleaner fans. There's 1 on either side on the bottom quarter, 1 for each side of the cups. There's an inspection area after the first side dumps, and then the left side dumps on. There's another inspection area and then crate filling. And so it's just a lot higher volume capability. The side rows are probably, you know, a 2,000 pound per hour machine with 3 people to 4 people on board. The XL1s, you know, those can be, you know, 6,000 to 7,000 pounds an hour with 4 to 6 people on board. So they definitely move a lot more fruit. But if you're in, you know, the blackberries where you often have multiple picks without the super high volume, the side rows work well because they have smaller engines, smaller consumption of diesel. And so they're definitely cheaper. They're, you know, virtually $100,000 less expensive than the other machine. And then they burn less fuel. So it's typically what's used in red raspberries and blackberries more than most of the other stuff. The big machines obviously have, with all the cleaning availability on them, have if you have a lot of brambles or thorns or anything like that, those machines can certainly do a better job of cleaning with the 4 fans. The other thing with let's say the XL1s or XLs, when they have the double fans on top, you deliver one side of the fruit. And usually there's a heavy side to a lot of these plants. But let's say you deliver one side of that fruit and it goes through the fan and it lays it out nicely. And then you got room to hand sort it, then you add the other side of the cups in it. And then you have another sorting area where once again, you can hand sort. And you can also sort with those fans by, floating the berries up. So if a berry's overripe or underripe, it's also underweight, so we can blow those out. So when we're going for that fresh, we can use the fans to do 80% of the sorting. And then the crews are just doing like on blueberries, you get 2 or 3 berries on a stem, you just roll those off. And if you're on the right side, you don't even have to get them off of the belt because the fan will take care of it. If you're on the final side, then you do gotta toss the stem. But those are the basic differences between the side row and the over the row. Is the side rows are just a simpler platform. And they're lighter, they get around better, steeper hills, all that fun stuff. And all of our hills, we always say 3% grade, but literally the belts are either 16 or 20 inches wide, depending on the models. But the biggest thing is when the berries go up in the fan, they always fall wherever gravity takes them. So if you're going downhill, the fruit will pile up on one side of the belt. So that's really the limitation, is where the fruit piles up on the belt as you're driving. So, any questions? That's, I laid some lookers over on the table there if you want to look at any of that. It's got some basic information on it.
Is that showing up okay on all the screens?
Yeah.
This-
Need to share it between you.
oh. Oh. There you go. See if that works.
No.
Maybe try it now. You might have to use this while I try and figure that one out, and I can ask for some new batteries. So just, I think if you keep the mouse so that it's on this side and then click it for the arrow.
So, good morning, Don Carter with Oxbow International. I handle the Pacific Northwest, except for Whatcom, Skagit County, and British Columbia on berry harvester sales. I'm based out of Pasco, Washington, and spent a lot of time down here in the valley for the last 30 years. And then our parks are taken care of out of GK machine, and during the harvest season, we send service technicians from the factory, from our Pasco operation, and they just rotate in on a weekly basis, so. Well, this is a working,
There you go.
oh,
Maybe the way.
Yeah.
yeah, you're good there.
Okay, so we need this arrow.
Yeah.
We're gonna
So a little bit on our product line, our newest model is the Model 7 450 top loader. It is a larger version of the machine that we've been building for 15 years, which was the Model 7 440. We still build that machine. That one is still really popular in other regions of the country where yields are not as high. Also raspberries and such. But here in the Willamette Valley, the 7450 was really designed to meet the needs here because of the high volumes of fruit, both in being able to convey as well as space on the top of the machine. The 8140 is a four-wheel version of our popular K1000 product line, which was historically a three-wheeler. commonly referred to as a single drop machine. For people who are standing at the back end, the fruit comes off the catchers onto the belt, comes to the rear, and it goes right from that belt into the crate. Has limited storage on it, but is really good for smaller farms and plants. And then the four-wheel option is just nice for areas that have got a lot of bogs and such. The 9140 is our side load version. That's a Caneberry only machine and really meant for the raspberry market. It will work in blackberries, but it's limited for capacity as far as conveying, so quite a bit slower. And also limited in how much it is able to store. And then the Model 930, which is just a tow version of the Model 8000 pulled by a tractor.
Is that the next one? Okay,
Sure.
not everything.
So just looking on the 7450, it's got a 10% wider tunnel than the 7440 did. We're building two heads for it, the dyno rotor mats and the orb rotor mats. Larger, heavier versions of our heritage head, picking heads. The lower beltway are 40% larger to handle higher volume. And on the deck, we're able to handle up to 6 pallets, 4 on the rear deck and 2 up in front. And there is, the side decks, the rails do swing open, so you are able to reach in and pick up the 2 front pallets. So you can unload all 6 pallets with a forklift if your forklift can reach to the upper deck. And then obviously the rear deck only down. The also we widened out in between the beltways, so it's 25% wider for the larger mound, so that they're able to get down lower to the ground without hitting the berms. And it does have an automatic brake steer on it. And we also speed up the front axle. So when you get to the end of the road, when you turn the front wheels a certain amount, it actually sends more oil to the front end and reduces the oil to the rear. So the front end actually pulls it around. So even though it is a rather large machine with big tires, it will pretty much spin on the inside tire. And then 13 feet 2 inch catching length for retention of bearings. Easy to use controls. We are using the touchscreen. Everything can be done from the touchscreen. On the side of the buttons, you're able to adjust all the speeds for all the functions. We do have the conveyors and fans run on a percentage of valve setting. The picking head itself is running on actual RPM, and it's running on a feedback loop. So if you put in that you wanted to run 400 RPM, the head will run 400 RPM regardless of the engine speed. So we have found that some customers are uncomfortable with making the adjustments on the screens and just prefer rocker switches. So we do have the optional rocker switches, and you can make basically all the adjustments you can do from the screen. You can also do from the rocker switches. And then we have the total control joystick, all the functions for turning the machine on and off, the auto steer and leveling can be done from the joystick. We do have both Spanish and English in the screen. That's easy to switch it back and forth. And then it also has diagnostic capabilities. So if you are having any kind of an issue with the machine, if you're talking to one of our techs, we can walk you through the screen and it can point us to the direction as to where an issue may be with the diagnosis. We do have the soft surface kit available. It's an option for the 7440, 7450. Soft crampolines to reduce the bruising on the initial drop, as well as the coverage over the beltway so that nothing is falling directly on the belt, so that we're cushioning as much as possible on that initial drop. Even fill, we came out with this, about 3 years ago now, and basically it's weight cells underneath the lug. And you program in what you want your weight to be, and, so it's yellow when it's filling, and then it actually turns orange when it is at 90%. And then when it turns green, you have met the weight, and you're able to just push it through so that you have consistency in weight. Which is important for a couple of reasons. One, from a fresh market standpoint, not overfilling when you're harvesting for fresh market can make a big difference in the overall quality. One, because you're not going to smash from overfilling, and secondly, from being able to cool them down quicker once you get them into refrigeration. And it was also a step for getting us to what we're new product that we're offering for this year, which is an auto fit. And this is a system where you fill with a stack of lugs, and it will automatically denest and puts it underneath, and it's using the scale system, so it's filling to the weight that you want. When the weight is hit, it stops the belt for a split second, pushes another lug in underneath it, restarts the belt, and then this lug continues forward to the stacking area. Very easy to operate, reduce labor in the field. It does maximize your, yes, sir.
When are you gonna put a GPS on that fill so that you can get a yield spot yield? I mean, if you got the,
Basically, we have everything already.
okay,
We have everything to be able to do that today.
okay,
In all honesty, the industry isn't pushing us towards it. We should been, what's that?
we should be,
Yeah, but, you know, we have been, offering for a couple of years now. Where you can, monitor it on a per row basis. So basically, you punch in, you're on, row A1, and it'll measure all your weight for that row. And, yeah, but yeah, we're just.
I want more, yeah.
Yeah, and I say come back and talk to me sometime today. But yeah, you know, we've spent a lot of time talking to people, and we're not getting pushed in that direction today.
Yeah.
But all the technology, you know, basically, we've almost got everything on the machine to be able to do that today.
Just lugs, not flats.
Not flats. It can use all the different sizes of flats, or if we have lugs, the different size of height, but we cannot do flats. But which is a couple reasons for that. Number one, it's just tough to make something that's adjustable for that much difference in size. But secondly, the fact that they don't nest. It makes it difficult to be able to hold any volume and make that work. Yes.
Does that have a single conveyor belt on top, or is that the two?
It's got two, yes, yeah, I'll be on a little video here, but I'll give you a little bit. Give you one of those stuff.
Don, did this have sound?
It does, but that's not that.
You can do the commentary,
Yeah,
going down
yeah.
to it.
So it's capable of doing a lug every 9 seconds as far as the nesting and pushing them through.
A lot of green through.
Yeah. I thought-
Trying to go fresh market with those stickers, I guess.
So we've had these in the field running for 2 years. And there's only been one machine, and it's just kind of been bouncing around trying to get as many acres to it as possible. So, yeah, not exactly. Very serious as well as. So. And then also have the fleet command system, and this ties into what you're asking about on the GPS. So the machine has GPS on it. Basically, everything that is on that touchscreen that you can see from an iPhone, an iPad, or sitting at home on your computer. You can look on, and you can see what the engine RPM is, what the water temperature is, what the oil pressure is. You can check all the conveying speeds, fan speeds, head speed, all that information. And then it also is able to collect the data as far as the weights of the lugs on a per row basis. Like I said, right now, we're not doing that on a per square foot basis, where it's actual true real monitoring. It is just data collection as far as for field recovery. Also gives you machine locations, and the goal with this is that here in the very near future, you'll actually be able to make adjustments to the machines. So if you're running a fleet of 5 machines out in the field, you would be able to go in, log in, see all 5 machines, see exactly what they're doing. If there's one that's, adjustment, they're quite a bit off from the other ones, you can go in and make an adjustment to it. Or if you go out and you look at one and you see that you need to make an adjustment, instead of having to climb on all 5, you would be able to make the adjustments from your iPhone. Any questions? Yes, sir.
With the kit you mentioned, that can kind of soften the impact of some of the fruit landing.
Yes.
Have you guys looked at blackberries harvested from like the same field with and without the kit and like?
No, all the focus has been on blueberries.
Okay.
It will work with blackberries or raspberries. In some instances, it would reduce the overall capacity because the fruit does not roll as easily. So when you put it on softer surface, it does not roll quite as well. So when you're getting the heavy yielding blackberries, you're probably gonna have to reduce speed a little bit just so that you don't overwhelm the lower end of it. But no, there's no reason why it could not work with it.
Frank, have you guys done any fresh market blackberry harvester trials either? You always just
No,
blueberry
so,
first and then.
even the guys that are doing the fresh blacks, they almost always hand do it. And the thing we've seen is, they're putting them in the clamshells, they have the little pad in it. And they'll literally have ladies damping the juice off of the berries, even from the hand pick process, to put it into those clamshells. Because those berries are so heavy, they just naturally leak. And so it's a very difficult task.
I mean, one of the issues with fresh market blackberry is that you're typically talking about more costed planting.
Yeah.
There's been a lot more labor has gone into it all through the process.
Yeah.
And in order to get the recovery on that, you need to get fresh market off of it through as many picks as possible. And today, I imagine Frank can agree with me on this. You run picking heads through. The issue isn't getting fresh market off of it for the first pick. The issue is can you go back and get fresh market off of it continually after that, after dragging your picking rods through and starting the blackberries. And that's the #1 issue that it's gonna be tough to get past, is how you go in and mechanically disturb the canopy and not do some mechanical damage to the fruit that is continuing decking.
And then like California, Florida, you're almost always under a shade cloth, which is another obstacle for machine harvest.
Yeah.
And, there are people out there that will tell you air is the way to go. Air has put a lot of companies out of business. And I'm not manufacturers.
If it blows, it sucks.
He's pretty accurate. I think, It's put US companies out of business, there's a European company that's been pushing it. Now for a while, there's a North American distributor that's been pushing that machine.
For blackberry, for fresh
They,
blackberry?
no, they're not necessarily pushing it for fresh.
Okay,
But they're saying that it's higher quality because nothing mechanical goes in there. And, you know, when I bring up the issue of picking fingers going in and disturbing, leaving some mechanical damage. One of the first things that some people think is, well, air. And like I said, people have jumped on that bandwagon and tried to do that. The problem is air can only get so far into the canopy before it diminishes. And once you've got that outside pick, but you still got overripe fruit on the inside, that causes lots of problems in later picks. Both with diseases and you know, spotted Drosophila, and just lost income.
Very, very directional, right? So you have no control over it, so you feel that. Now you only feel it here, so when you give them the depth of the bush, it goes every which way. And if you put enough of it in there, then your catchers start to flutter and all kinds of things, and if they lift, then they get fruit under it and smashes it. And then you have a juice issue for the rest of the day, so.
But then, you know, I tell you, you know, when I say that most of the effort has gone into blueberries, it's because we've learned that we can do multiple picks of blueberries and get fresh market quality. The issue with blackberries is we could come in on a single pick basis and give you something that would make you get excited and be like, oh yeah, we can do this. But once you go back to that same
single
row,
first pick.
first pick, yeah,
First.
well, first time by machine, it could have been harvested by hand a few times, but once you've gone in with the machine,
Yeah, that's, yeah.
once you've gone in with the machine once. Trying to get fresh market quality off of that row after that first pick is gonna be very difficult.
Especially 5 days later, what happens?
So, can it happen? Will it happen? You know, yeah, I mean, we're problem solvers. We'll continue trying to figure out how it can be done, but those are the challenges. Those are the reasons why the effort has been put into blueberries, you know, and blackberries. Blackberries benefit from everything we do with blueberries. But at the end of the day, that's what the challenge is that we feel it all.
Well, before I chatter on about any questions, does anybody else have any questions here? I always have some tucked away just in case. Do you guys, I mean, I think we're actually probably running closer to like the last 5 minutes or so, but.
right.
Do the tariffs that have kind of come through, how does that affect either of you guys? Frank, do you wanna?
Well, we hope
Ponder that.
it's a positive, because if they would tariff the Mexican blackberries and raspberries and blueberries, that would help our local markets, because habitually what they're doing is they're bringing that fruit in as to be sold for one thing, and then they reprocess it and sell it for the fresh side, because they're not supposed to do that, but they are good at it.
But what about the supply chain for your parts and your metal?
It hasn't affected us yet. Most of our parts for this season are already here.
Okay.
So that'll be something we experience for the next season.
Okay. Don?
It's going to affect us, if it continues, it's going to. We have already, seen steel suppliers saying that they're expecting, well, they're already notifying us that in 30 days, steel prices are gonna be going up 8%.
8%?
8%
In 30 days?
in 30 days. So, you know, and if it continues, you know, that's just the first salvo. And if it continues beyond that, it'll continue going up. You know, because US steel is not affected by the tariff, but a lot of our steel comes out of Canada. And so when they need that steel, they're gonna buy the cheapest available, which is US steel, which is gonna drive the price of US steel up. So it doesn't matter where you get it from, the price is gonna go up.
And US is gonna utilize that tariff to their advantage instantly.
Yeah.
So the minute it goes up there, they're bringing theirs right up with it.
Yeah.
So it's, they got a lot of infrastructure to put in before we're making our own steel in many volumes. So, that's 3 years away at the best case scenario that I've seen.
But, if it goes into Europe, which they're talking now about therapy in Europe. A lot of your hydraulic pumps, motors, that type of valves and stuff, a large portion of that comes out of Europe. So,
Just a lot.
oh. So it's all potentially the high prices cost up to manufacture. But today, we're just keeping an eye on it. I mean, we don't. We believe that it's gonna get corrected before it really has an opportunity to affect us. At least that's what we're hoping for. We haven't raised any prices on anything yet. And I think today not planning on it, but at the same time, you gotta watch what's going on. So, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you guys pick a bunch of changes if.
We kept 24 pricing moving forward for all of our product lines. Even though there has been increases, we just don't feel the market's can take any more.
Any final questions? Okay, I think we're good, thank you.
Thank you.
Up next, we have Michael again. And he is going to. So maybe are you gonna give the background on why I?
Maybe just started. I know, so.
Tom?
When I came in, I noticed the number of
Oh,
pickups.
thank you.
Yes,
So, just again, another reminder, if you need to park face into the parking spot, you can't park, drive through or back in, and you have to have a permit, so if anybody here has.
I didn't have the printer to print it up.
Oh, well, we have permits, so if you don't have a permit, then go talk to Lockhart, at the registration, she has papers that you can just slide into the front, but make sure you're parked, front in, not backed in and not driven through, so anyway, go ahead, Michael, and, talk about, Boysenberry.
So yeah, the reason for this talk and for Julie inviting us was that back during the ORBC meeting in December, it came up from, I think, a couple of folks that they had received poison plants from nurseries, or I think from nurseries, possibly other sources, where looked like the fruit characteristics were not what they expected, smaller fruit or druplet set. And yeah, so I think that kind of brought up some things that Nala Basil has looked at in the past. She couldn't hear today. But Nala actually has experience looking at the genetics of some different poison types that have been identified over the last 100 years. And kind of looking at how many things out there are being called poison and some of the confusion around what is real poison and whether that has implications for some of the fruit decline that folks in Oregon have been talking about. So I'm just gonna start out talking a little bit about the history of poison as far as we know. So it's not 100% clear. Some of this stuff has been pieced together because the early history wasn't super well recorded, but from what we think, it's likely poison was created on the farm of John Lovin in Napa County, California in the early 1920s. By a guy named Rudolph Boysen, who was farming on that property, and he moved down to Southern California. And so he started having poison grown from clones of that original plant in Southern California in the early 1920s. In the early 1930s, Darrow, who was really prolific breeder, he identified it and he brought it to the attention of Walter Knott. Knott's Berry Farm, and within a few years, that was being propagated and commercialized as boysenberry out of Southern California. And at the time, it was really terrific in terms of fruit quality and size compared to a lot of blackberry type material that was out there. And so from the mid-1930s to 1950, boysen quickly spread, a lot of people were planting it and trialing it. Gave rise to a new industry, and it was found that California, Oregon, and New Zealand were really the best regions that it was well adapted to. There was just a little bit of a repeat of some of that history, so Australian blackberry, Rudolph Boysen was a hobby horticulturist, most likely the person who created it. We think these days it's probably a cross between Logan and Austin Maze, but still not 100% proven. And then, yeah, Boysen moved down to Southern California with that. Darrow got it, sold it, gave it to Walter Knott, and then it was really released in the cultivar in the early 1930s. So some of the questions we had, and these first three are things that knowledge research has actually partially addressed in the last 10 years. It was, what is the parentage of boysen? What are the relationships between suspected boysen clonal variants? Because we know there are different types being called boysen. And how reliable are the heritage cultivars available on the market today? Well, then we can go over some possible reasons for declining fruit quality and actually start in the back and we'll work our way out some of this stuff. So there is some precedent in terms of industries facing a boysen decline. So New Zealand, this happened to them in the 1980s. So they got boysen really early on in the 30s, and back then surveys of the boysen they were growing showed it was comparatively disease-free. In the 50s and 60s, they had some issue with dry berry because of dappled mildew. It was the 80s where they were really starting to see decline, where a lot of their fields were starting to have really bad disease effects. They were seeing stunted multiple shoots, creating witch's broom, or formed flowers with at-home fruit development. And so for a while, they didn't really know what that was. There was a lot of work done to try to identify the culprits. And by the late 1990s, folks had kind of settled on thinking it was most likely double blossom caused by Cercospirella ruby, the fungus. It can take several seasons to show symptoms. So some fungicide trials were done in New Zealand showing it could be pretty well reduced, fungicide treatments. And it turned out it was a pathogen introduced from the US with boysen plants or other blackberry plants that were being brought over, introduced that fungus into the boysen fields there. So here's a picture of some of the fruit affected by dappled mildew, because of dry berry. And then here's some examples. This isn't, I couldn't get any boysen photos. Boysen infected with Cercospirella, the blossom, this is different blackberries from Kentucky. But yeah, infected blossoms can show greater sterility and quadruplet set, you know, deformed flowers. You can also see deformed shoot development or that which is growth habit. So we know there are some environmental issues just separate from the genetics that could contribute towards having some decline in the fruit phenotype in boysen. So we just mentioned some of the fungal issues that caused some of the known boysen decline in New Zealand. Here in the Northwest, we also have things like raspberry bush wart virus, which we have seen, at least in the breeding program, boysen can get. And we know that in conjunction with other viruses, RBD can cause smaller and crumblier fruit, so that's definitely a potential impact. Some other things, it's on New Zealand, different regions, different weather patterns, so they can take different clones, put them in different parts of New Zealand. With different spring weather especially, and they see smaller uneven fruits on the same clones in some of those cases. A lot of the time when the spring is cool and humid, so there can be a weather effect as well. Known issues in terms of genetics, we're gonna kind of segue into that with some of Nowla's work. Is that we know there's numerous genetically distinct clones falling under the name boysen or being called boysen something, and that creates quite a bit of confusion. So we know of at least 8 in the US, and some of those are in the gene bank in Corvallis. We also planted some of those in the breeding plots to look at them. So there are multiple different clones being called boysen or something. And one of the challenges is that boysen was so early in the 1920s, there's no DNA fingerprint for it. And so it's no longer possible to tell with absolute certainty what is the original boysen plant. So that's one of the challenges we face. So you got early ambiguous origin of the original clones, predates true to type maintenance, DNA fingerprinting. You got free exchange of plants and cuttings without necessarily a consistent poison source. They could also have viruses or other diseases being passed around with them. Lots of potential for spreading spores or mutations from those clones. And then, like I covered, there's multiple poison type plants that have been selected and propagated throughout its history. So a good example of that is in New Zealand, poison is really more referred to of like a class of plants, not a specific cultivar. And so there have been things bred in New Zealand that we know are seedlings or actually have poison parentage, but are called poison something or other. And some of those have made it back to the US. So yeah, in terms of potential causes for off types, we could have genetic issues, you could have sports or mutations just for clonal propagation of cuttings. Those can be more difficult to assess with DNA fingerprinting because you have a big genome and that could just be one time mutation in the whole genome. It's hard to detect. But then you have cases of accidental or like we just talked about, intentionally bred seedlings that they're distinct genetic types from the original poison that have similar plant with free quality and get called poison something. And those are actually easier to assess with DNA fingerprinting, which we're about to get to. And then you could have environmental issues like viruses or funguses that could affect wild and fruit development as well. So, as I mentioned before, Nala at the Gene Bank has actually done some genetic studies to look at things related to the parentage of poison and the relationships between these suspected poison clonal variants. And I'm going to try to go through some of her material now to kind of talk about that. So we've got things like this, like Rwaka's choice. So this is a selection from poison breeding in New Zealand. So as I mentioned, this is something that's been called poison at times, but this is actually something that was bred from poison in New Zealand. Got Caneberry, again, seedling of known variant of poison, got poison 43. So this is one that Nala said is a selection from an Oregon farm that became an industry standard in the 90s. And we actually planted this in the breeding plots, and it was one of the healthiest ones that we observed out of the different types being called poison. So for what Nala did, they collected poison and other related heritage cultivars from multiple sources, so different growers and nursery sources. They used genetic markers to genotype these samples with a DNA test they developed for blackberry, so they had multiple genetic markers to basically do DNA fingerprinting. And this is kind of akin to what people would use as a paternity test in humans, except you're applying it to plants for confirming parentage. So I'm not going to get too deep into the actual technology, but basically these rely on PCR, polymerase chain reactions, so different plants do the PCR, you get these amplified fragments out, and the fragments will have different lengths. And depending on the lengths of those different fragments you're getting out of your PCR reactions, those give a unique fingerprint to the different plants that you're looking at. So the different poisons or poison-related things will give these different lengths of fragments that you're seeing here in the DNA code. And then you're using that to basically establish these fingerprints with multiple markers, where you're seeing these different peaks for different fragment lengths, and you can detect if they're identical or if they have alleles from one parent or another. So that's basically the technology that Nala was using to establish these fingerprints for the different poisons and the putative parents of the different poisons. So here's an overview of the 29 things that sampled. So they obtained poison from multiple private growers, farms, and then from multiple different nursery sources. And then looked at things that were actually in the gene bank that were called poison something or other, or were suspected parents of poison. So they did that DNA testing on all of these to get those fingerprints that we just showed. And this is basically a tree showing the relationships between them. And so the thing to show here or note here is like something in a cluster like this, these are all identical things to show these differentiation on these different branches. These have some genetic distance between them. And so you see cases where you have, poison that we have at the National Plant Network in Oregon was similar to Rwaka's choice from New Zealand and the poison breeding program, but you have all these other things that were called poison as well. This is what Nala was saying down here is most likely the original poison. So they were able to tease apart the most likely parentage based on looking at all these potential parents of poison. All of these clones that are being called poison, and figuring out which clones have 0 off-type alleles with the parents, and they found the most likely Logan and Austin were the parents of the original poison. So that was good to know, because it means if we needed to try to recreate it, we could potentially try to remake that cross if we wanted to. There were other things, they saw that were almost certainly seedlings of poison and not even really a clone, so people were actually just getting things that have superficially similar fruit quality, but didn't come from cuttings of that plant. So that's an important thing too, just in this hot sort of kind of showing there's a hodgepodge of material that's not even all close to genetically identical to poison. But if the fruit quality is similar enough, people have grown it and marketed it as poison fruit. So a couple more things to note from this is that here, there could be potential nursery issues. So they sampled something called boysenberry, nectar boysenberry from the same nursery. Plants that were sold in 2012 and 2018. And those things were not identical between nectar boysenberry in 18 and 12, which means even within a nursery, you could have name mix-ups where 6 years later, you're buying a plant under the same name and you're not getting the same plants. You have things where what they think is the real poison is actually being sold as Boston dewberry, so the real poison got its name mixed up potentially. Then you have things down here, like you've got all these different things being called that are Logan, but being called thornless or flower thornless. So I think this is to show that you can have intentional name changes over time that cause confusion, but then you can also have just mix-ups over time in a nursery, for example. So yeah, flower thornless, you know, from the early 1900s ended up being called thornless loganberry, and these things cause more confusion as they accumulate. The take-home messages are parentage of poison, most likely Logan by Austin Mays. Relationships between suspected poison clonal variants. A lot of these are actually seedlings of the original poison, even clones of it, or they're just related by pedigree. So there's been all kinds of things that just have similar fruit quality, but are not actually genetically poison, being called poison, so that causes some confusion. And in terms of how reliable our heritage cultivar genotypes that are on the market today, some are not reliable. And so at the time, what Nalo was suggesting was confirmation by fingerprinting is needed, and we would like to do some of that work going forward with some of the problem plants that people have been talking about in Oregon to see if we can tease some of that apart with this DNA fingerprinting technology. Another thing to mention is some of this could potentially be done with the actual internal fruit chemistry too. So this is from research leader John McLee at our research unit in Corvallis. She's a fruit chemist, and she also, with other people, looked at the actual anthocyanin, the pigment compounds that are in blackberry fruit. So it was shown that boysenberry and loganberry, for example, have different actual anthocyanin fingerprints than other blackberries. So the different berry types can have unique fingerprints, not just with their DNA, but in terms of the different compounds that contribute to the fruit color. So looking at the fruit chemistry side, you can also establish potentially a fingerprint that could just distinguish between true poison and not true poison. So that's another technology we'd be interested in applying alongside a DNA fingerprinting technology. But what we're proposing and what we're hoping to do is get in contact with folks in Oregon who both think they have poison plants that were sold to them as poison, but they're seeing these problematic phenotypes with the fruit where they're smaller than what they expect, or they're not getting proper drupal set. If folks think they have something that's either not real poison or the fruit trait is deteriorating in terms of the size and quality, we want to get in contact with those folks, and also folks who have poison that they think is showing this sort of true to type fruit quality or large fruit with good drupal set. Preferably from multiple plant sources, nurseries, or just receiving it from other folks who, you know, have cuttings. And we're going to collect leaves and fruit samples from cooperator fields, do that DNA fingerprinting of the leaf DNA, do the chemical fingerprinting of the berries. And then virus test the plants to see if there could be a virus issue. So our objectives here are, one, to identify how many distinct poison types are being grown in Oregon and which historic poison clones that we know of they correspond to. And two is to determine if the poison people are seeing with declining fruit are coming from a specific problem clone. Or if not, like if we identify 5 growers who have that problematic fruit type, and it looks like it's 3 different sources and there are 3 different types of poison. It may not be a genetic issue, it may actually be an environmental issue, disease or fungus that plants. So we like to try to tease that apart for folks who are questioning what the risk of Oregon. So for anybody online or here who is interested in grows poison, please get a hold of either myself or Nala at the USDA, because we'd like to follow up with people, survey them, and hopefully be able to access a farm and get leaf tissue and fruit tissue from healthy or deteriorating fruit quality poisons, try to do some of this DNA forensic work. But I think long term, my takeaway from a lot of this, from a breeding perspective and an industry perspective, is, you know, we know there's all these things out there being called poison, being marketed as poison, and so it's not really possible any longer for anybody to say with 100% certainty, we have the plant that came from Rudolph poison and Knott's Berry Farm back in the 1920s and 30s. So we could test the available clones we have and see, you know, get them out into a trial and say, okay, which one do Oregon looks like the best, and try to use that going forward, or see if there's okay to accept nurseries now. The other option is to see, well, do we just breed a replacement where we actually would know going forward that this is what it is, because we have true to type and planting of it, we'd have DNA fingerprinting of it. So if there's ever confusion at that point, we could always go back, compare to our true to type, and just say, without any question, is this the thing we think it is? So we could do that a couple ways. We could just recreate that Logan by Austin Cross that Nala, you know, zeroed it in on, and see, can we just select a new clone from a cross like that that actually looks like the poison people want? So you're essentially trying to reconstitute it. There's no guarantee you can get that exact phenotype back. You get something that looks like poison for sure, but it's never going to be an exact genetic match. The other option is, do we just try to use more elite 2025 genetics, just try to breed something that's thornless, higher yielding, and has better fruit quality, and has fruit that looks similar enough and tastes similar enough to poison to just be acceptable from a market standpoint. Again, you're never gonna exactly replicate the original poison fruit quality, but you can get the genetics close enough that you might be able to get something that looks, tastes like poison enough that you're going to accept it. So I think that's something we also want to talk to the boys and girls about, and survey them and just see, like, what are people in the Oregon industry thinking? You know, could something that looks like poison and replace it, and we just breed a better one that we actually have confident tracking of the genetic identity of going forward. So with that, I want to thank everybody, especially Nala and Hummer, who did all of that DNA forensics work on the poison plants, and Bowman Green provided for chemical fingerprinting side. And yeah, with that, happy to take any questions.
On one of the slides there, Michael, it mentioned cross pollination with standard trailing blackberries as decreasing fruit size and quality. I guess, you know, I don't know a lot of the poison plantings out there, but like the ones I do know of are all interplanted in fairly mixed cultivar settings. Is that, I guess, how much of a fact do you think that has?
I can't say for sure. I think it would be interesting to look at rows that are adjacent or on the border with a block that might have a different type of blackberry in it, to see if you see a difference there versus something that's a little farther away. That information is basically coming from what people saw in New Zealand really early on when they were getting things established and commingled. And so, yeah, But I think something we need to do is actually just talk to enough of the growers who are seeing this sort of declining fruit phenotype and. Get out and look at their plants and. Really get a sense of what they're dealing with. But right now, we just kind of heard what folks at the ORBC meeting in December talked about, which sounded like smaller size. Quadruplets said. I think there are some questions we'd want to answer that could give us at least some hints, like, is this something that, you know. This is a phenotype you're seeing where it starts off better and has been deteriorating over time as the planting ages, or are you seeing that problematic plant phenotype basically from the get-go, once you're in year 3 and you're really starting to get fruit out of the field? So, yeah, I think we really just need to get out there, survey people and try to get fruit with these issues and that's.
No, actually, Michael, looking at that picture up there behind you, that's basically what the fruit looks like that we're harvesting right now, is that size. It's more of a round berry instead of a elongated. So when I was a kid and my folks raised boysenberries, they were more conical like the blackberry. They were almost twice as long as they were around, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And so maybe what they had back then actually wasn't.
Sounds more like that.
More like that, yes.
Yeah. So. I think at this point. And again, I think we just need to survey people to see what they think about it, but. We can try to reconstitute a poison plant if people just want something that's as genetically similar to. What was the historic poison, we can recreate that process if we want to and try to select a new one. What I'd really be interested to know is if, you know. If we can find something that folks say tastes and looks enough like poison, that it could be sold that way, could we just make a better one at this point? And at that point, you know, what we do now with all of our material, if we release something as a cultivar, we keep a true to type planting in Corvallis, where we have the breeding programs plant, we have the plant that went to the Clean Plant Network for virus testing and to distribute to nurseries. And then we have the nursery plant. We'll have 3 plots that goes from breeding to cleanup to nursery. So we can make sure those look like, those look the same, no, you know, clonal changes, you know, through propagation. But then if anybody ever says, I don't think I got what I bought, or what I was trying to buy, I don't think I got the real poison, I didn't get the real poison, so just go to the grower's field, get some leaves. Get those leaves from our true to type planting, give those to Nala at the gene bank so she can do this marker work. And she can determine that. And that's why I would lean towards, could we make something that's similar enough that's new, because at that point. We could just put that into that true to type system where we at least have confidence for anybody who obtains that plant going forward. We can at least tell you for sure, this is the thing that we released. But there's 100 years of history of, I think, poison just being, you know, handed around and, you know, bred and things being bred, called poison, but it just means getting mixed up anyway. And I think with that, it's, you know, it's gonna be, unless folks are willing to say, well, we're just gonna get everything out there right now that's being called poison, test them all in a field and pick that one, that's gonna be the Oregon voice going forward. Could do that too, but it's gonna take stuff, I guess, like consensus from the industry. What folks are willing to use.
I remember when my parents had poison too, and they had Logan too, and Logan looked more like that, but the poison that we had, it didn't produce a lot of fruit. But it was like really, it was like short and like fat. Like that, it looked nothing like that, so basically, it's like if you smushed it. Like if you smushed it and inflated all the little cells to it, that's the way it was.
Okay.
And that looked more like Logan, we had Logan as well, but the boysenberry, they were so different, it was like you took it and you smashed it, they were shorter, but really juicy. And like each little cell was bigger.
Yeah, Tom.
As somebody that doesn't know, what is the advantage of boysenberry over like one of your newer selections? I mean, is it because of the name and the history related to it, or is it because?
I think, I think it's got some unique fruit quality and flavor and aroma, so you can almost treat it as its own berry type to a degree, as opposed to just calling it generically a berry cultivar. You know, I think early on it supported a really large processing industry. So it's one of those early things, kind of like Logan, where this was a big processing berry specifically for that sort of unique aroma and flavor. So. Yeah, I don't think, you know, people are growing it because it's the highest yielding thornless cultivar out there. I think people are growing it because it's poison fruit quality. And there are poison products that want poison flavor. So.
So there is a unique flavor profile.
Oh yeah, poison has its own flavor.
Okay.
It's pretty distinctive. And part of that is because it's got Logan, which is the red raspberry hybrid in the background, and so you get some of that kind of interspecies hybridizations, you're commingling fruit quality from blackberry and raspberry. So, yeah. Yeah.
Can we go back to the clone 43? Can we get that plant material?
It is. So Poison 43 is in the gene bank. So you can get it. In terms of, you know, getting it for, you know, planting a sizable amount of acreage.
Right.
So what I tell people when they ask about getting plant material from the gene bank is the gene bank, they curate and house material, but they've got over 2,000 different raspberry and blackberry sources from around the world, wild, cultivated, whatever. So some of those can have viruses and things in there. So I think to be responsible about using it, we probably have to send it to the Clean Plant Network and let them do their sort of couple of years of diligence on it.
Yeah.
Virus testing, letting it go through a round of growth and breaking dormancy and re-virus testing.
I
But
had
yeah.
a feel that force of 43 choices,
Oh, you do, okay.
and that deal was real well.
Yeah. Yeah, we planted 8 clones in one of our breeding plots in 2018. We looked at a few in the last couple of years. 43 in terms of overall plant health and fruit size was.
And I kept taking tips off of those. After about 4 or 5 times, we lost
You like that?
that part of it, I guess.
Okay, so then you start to see the fruit characteristics get a little bit worse over time.
Yeah.
Well, I wouldn't say, it's good berry, it still has the flavor. This doesn't have the elongation, which I think that's what gives you the yield, you know, you get half the berry size. Or not, 2/3 the berry size.
So. Yeah, I guess. What we'd like is to talk to as many people growing poison as we can. Figure out, try to do the DNA work, figure out of all these things Nala looked at in the past, these different poisons. What do different people have? And then I think if we could tease apart, you know, is this a genetic issue? Or is it an environmental issue that would be really valuable? But I think that last question I had about, you know, well, what do we do going forward? How do we establish a standard? I think we have to have that discussion of, is there one that folks are happy enough with what they have now that we just need to pick one and be more consistent about what's being called poison? Or should we just try to make something better and see if folks will accept that if the fruit quality is similar enough? And yeah, that's kind of an open question for everybody.
Can you move it back to your email address slide and
Yeah.
then, or the one slide, and then Edwin on the line is asking. What's the fruit phenotype and quality of dewberry, which may be genetically identical to poison? Is this viable for nursery propagation to farms? Is there anything that can be imported from New Zealand?
So I think some of the clones that are at the gene bank are things that were already imported from New Zealand, like Berwaki's Choice. And Nala and I are speaking with Harvey Hall, who's the former blackberry breeder at Chadwick in New Zealand. And he's aware of a lot of poison material over there that we want to see if we can at least involve in this DNA fingerprinting study. But if there's something that has looked good for their industry, we could potentially bring that in, if we can get it through quarantine, so folks in Oregon could look at it. But that would be an option, instead of trying to breed a new poison, just do an evaluation of everything that's being called poison now, that's been performing well for people in New Zealand and in the US, try to get a hold of it, handful of it. And do a comparison of yield, group size, druplet set, and we could do a study out of that and see if there's something that, the Oregon growers would like in terms of planting going forward.
Okay, in the interest of time, unless somebody has a final pressing question, yeah, just be in touch with Michael or Nahala about this. I think there's more to come on this, but for now.
Yeah, we're hoping to survey for people, so put together a sort of questionnaire.
Yeah, perfect. Okay, great, thank you. I do your stuff. Thank you. Up next is JD Meyer. He is going to talk about the spotted wing Drosophila integrated pest management program results, specifically in Caneberry. So.
All right, thanks, Julie. So yeah, talking about, this has been a ODA specialty crop block grant project that was supported by the Oregon Blueberry Commission and Raspberry Blackberry Commission this past couple of years. So definitely want to give thanks to all them. The kind of idea of the project is really kind of really doing a bit of a humble self-assessment of where we are as an industry and how we manage SWD. And I think everybody will say they have an IPM program, or SWD, but is it really an IPM program? Really kind of coming down to the fundamentals of IPM and risk management in general. Looking at it in terms of first you need to assess what the situation is for your field. What's the general risk? What's the conditions that may or may not make it conducive to being damaged by SWD? And the second part of it being monitoring and actually looking for the problem and assessing whether or not you do need to treat. And lastly, actually responding to that threat through chemical treatment or whatever else. And I think as an industry, if we look at the standard for SWD management, especially initially when it was first introduced in 2009, it was very much jump to the response, spray the field, protect things, make sure there's no issue. And that's very much, keeping course with how you deal with invasive pests when they come in. You don't know what their overall damage threat might be. But kind of missing the assessment part, which I think we've been adapting a lot more into our programs. But really what hasn't been part of the standard, particularly on the field level, has been the monitoring portion. So a lot of this project was looking at, can we use this basic assessment or IPM strategy and implement it for SWD. I think one thing definitely want to address is perhaps trapping for SWD, it can be useful, but it is not an adequate tool for indicating when to spray. The reason for that is when you look at trap data, it can be all over the place. That red line there is average trap counts. What do you read from that? And if you're looking at the blue line, which is average larvae finds in the fruit, they don't really correlate very well. And you can't predict from how this is trending in terms of what to when and what to spray or what to do in your field. So it's not a good indicator for that. But what it can be really helpful for is assessing your overall risk and really assessing year to year if you're using those traps in the field, in the same location, same methods. Looking at yearly differences, and then you can get a sense of well, if what worked last year worked for me, will it work for me this year? And you're seeing very similar trends with SWD, that helps confirm that. So it's an assessment tool. It's not really a monitoring monitoring tool to determine your response. So our trial here, we worked with 9 participating farms, 4 blueberry and 5 caneberry farms, with a total of 25 field plots. And there was a wide range of management practices: organic, conventional, fresh market, commercial, everything you can imagine, so we wanted to look at this in as wide array of situations as possible. The protocol, for the assessment part of it, we looked at general risk factors when it comes to STD. Predominantly, what's the crop, the season, different things in the field, the overhead irrigation versus drip irrigation, there's a bunch of different risk factors that you can look at. In terms of what makes the field a more conducive place for SWD to come into. If the canopy is really dense and thick, SWD likes that shady, kind of cooler, moist habitat. They don't like the open canopy where sunlight and air is really penetrating it. And then proximity to like border habitats, because SWD is always moving from border areas into the field. They very few, if any, as a population will year round in the field. So, you know, if you have a field that's sitting out there in the middle of nowhere, surrounded by just like open grass fields, it is extremely low risk that SWD has to fly from way off to get into the field. Then we monitored these fields. Oh, well, in addition, we did do trapping. So we trapped in the border habitat as well as just right into the field. We don't trap in the middle of the field because if you trap there, you start getting counts in the middle of the field. That's usually, you're usually going to find zeros. And if you're finding numbers to any degree, probably a pretty bad indication at that point. And then when fruit started to color, we began monitoring, and we did that by fruit sampling from the most susceptible areas of the field, which again are going to be the near border areas. Because SWD is moving from this tree line, you know, there's Himalayan blackberry, cherry, other species that they might be infesting and building their populations in. That's where they're going to be, and then they're going to move into the field. So then from that data, we used it to share that with growers and come up with a response plan. But generally, just trying to keep this very simple, that was the important thing. So the sampling we did a sample collection 2 times per week, and in each collection, we took 3 samples from the field. So you can kind of see that same example here. And we were sampling again from this edge here, because we know if we're going to find SWD, we want to find it before, right as it moves into the field. So we're looking in these places that are the highest risk and digging into that plant canopy, because you want to get inside this bush in the shadiest area of it. If you're sampling the fruit, it's kind of hanging out here, nice and sun exposed. SWD is not going to primarily go for that. It wants to go for the place where it's easiest to kind of live and have it and not get blown away. Because they're weed flyers, a gust of 3-mile-per-hour wind will send them careening off. They're just pretty sad, needful creatures. So each sample we collected 40 to 400 berries. It kind of depended on the crop. You know, a giant blackberry, 400 berries would be a pretty massive sample. Versus blueberries, which you can collect a lot more and just volume wise takes up in the less space. And then use the saltwater extraction method, very industry standard. It's a cup of salt to a gallon of water, and poured that over the berries and waited for SWD larvae to come out if they were in there. So then we assessed those samples. And again, the overall goal being we wanted to have an early detection sign of the first possible indication that SWD was getting into the fruit in the field. From the field data, we kind of share with the grower, we basically would kind of tell them whether the situation was a low risk, medium risk, or high risk situation. And there's this kind of criteria, a lot of small print here. But essentially low risk just meaning like no management is recommended. Medium risk, it's like maybe if there's kind of like an optional, if you could go on with a softer chemistry or alternative management practice, that may be appropriate there. And high risk, that's basically the situation where we find a single larvae in your fruit, then go on, let's use what's effective. The OSU has produced a lot of extension documents on the efficacy of various products that are effective on SWD at their different life stages. So really trying to save these highly effective chemistries for when you actually have SWD larvae in the fruit, because you want to have those when you actually need them versus just applying those in a regular 7 to 10 day pesticide rotations. So we shared all these results digitally with the growers so that they could have this information really timely and get that out to them. A few things to kind of keep in mind with all this, with SWD, biology, the life cycle of it. You know, SWD is gonna go through its egg laying phase, the eggs will kind of sit there for 12 to 72 hours. Before developing the larvae, and it stays as a larvae for 5 to 7 days, kind of eating, getting fatter, and then. It'll go through pupation. Typically, by the point it pupates. They can pupate outside or inside the fruit, but typically pupa drop out of the fruit. On the ground, so that's why things like wheat mat is actually really effective at controlling SWD, because the second a pupa drops out of the fruit, hits that black wheat mat on the ground that's baking in the sun at 200 degrees, it gets cooked. And then adult flies again that can exist for 20 to 30 days, but still within this window here, you have basically 2 weeks for a single generation of SWD to turn around. So if you're testing that field multiple times per week, the chance of catching SWD at that very early stage is quite high. The other kind of things to keep in mind is just how SWD progresses. Winter, this time of year, they're in an attrition phase. The population that's dormant over the winter, a lot of them die off. And then their whole goal during our spring and summer and fall is to build their population as big as possible so that just a few might have a chance to survive next winter. But that means starting the season and really going what we've seen to mid to late to even July to early August, their population is so small, the chance of actual field damage is very low. There is a unpredictability to it though. There's always hotspots. They can pop up in random places you'd never think, or you think, oh, it's a low pressure season. I haven't had SWD issues before, and then bang, like you find them in your field. But that's why you gotta keep monitoring, because otherwise, those things can kind of escape your attention. The other factor of this is that I don't think is really thought of in terms of how we manage SWD is the whole chain of what happens with fruit. You're controlling it in the field, but from there, pre-cooling or field cooling, that really shuts down SWD development. If there's any in the fruit, eggs are killed very early, and early instar larvae are pretty much killed in this pre-cooling process. When it goes through sorting, any fruit that's damaged by SWD, that's soft, might be defected, it's typically getting picked out, especially with the more advanced sorting technologies that the industry has adopted over the past decade or so. And then it's further suppressed. If there's anything that even makes it through that, continued cold storage kills any remaining larvae, eggs, or whatever that's still in the fruit. To the point where it's almost unheard of, especially in the Northwest, I'd say, to have any detection of SWD or any market issue with SWD. So it shouldn't just be reliant on the field to control SWD, since there are these different stages. So the results from our trial, we collected 176,447 berries through all our sampling, and they were all individually counted. So not by me, but by poor underpaid staffers. And in total, we found 330 larvae in all that fruit in both years combined. So not a lot of larvae when it comes down to it. None of the larvae detections created any fruit quality issues for the growers or from their packers. There was no rejections, there was no downgrades in any of the fruit for any of the trial fields that we worked with. And none of the growers applied the kind of industry standard 7 to 10 day spray cycle of pesticides. There's definitely a crop difference in pressure. Caneberries have a tougher time of it just because it's a softer, bigger, fatter, juicier target for SWD than blueberries, which have a firmer skin. In general, you don't see that pressure. So you can see these are average larva detections per 100 berries. It's not per berry, but 100 throughout the season. And again, keep in mind, like when you see the spike here, we're talking beginning of August when this really happens. And a lot of this may be either very end of pick or post harvest, some fresh market, late season production where they have a little bit higher tolerance. But for that bulk of the production season for blackberries, kind of from this point to, I'd say, beginning of August right here. Very little SWD issues. For blueberry, it's basically non-existent until the end of September. And so the range of applications in the trial blocks range from 0 to 3 typically. In 2023, the average was 1.8 applications for SWD. In 2024 it was 1.2. And these are some fields that we tested that had an extremely long production season starting in July, going through October. These were mixed cultivars, particularly with rough and U-pick type situations. So looking at Caneberry specifically, you can kind of see our 2023 versus 2024. The main difference here is we had an additional trial here that extended the season a bit. That was a kind of well, there was a couple of them, but a fresh market situation where they just had a higher tolerance, and the market, as everyone knows here, was not great for blackberries. So they were like, it's not worth the management to control something that's so low value. So just kind of let it go and see where it went. So here's a couple of case studies. The first one here, this is a commercial blackberry field of Thornless Marion and Black Diamond. In 2023, they made 3 SWD applications over a 9-week kind of period where that fruit was susceptible to SWD. In 2024, they reduced that to a single application of Delegate that was actually done really early, even before we started sampling, and they didn't apply anything after that. And you can kind of see, you know, they, even despite that, there was really no larvae found in this fruit until the beginning of August. And this was really, they were debating whether or not they were gonna harvest the fields again at this point. But we continued on monitoring, and then they did end up harvesting the field one last time, kind of right in here. But it didn't create any market issues for them, and processor was perfectly fine with the fruit that they received. This is another example of, this is a fresh market blackberry production field of Columbia Star and Thornless Marion. In 2023, we originally ideally wanted to set up this to have kind of a side-by-side trial experiment where one field they'd go on with standard control of the, you apply like your FWD program just like you normally would, and the other one would be kind of responsive and based on the recommendations we send. But as the growers kind of have the experience of the first year and saw that there was no issue, they kind of came to us and were like, well, why would I spray this field if everything's showing we shouldn't? And we wanted to leave the decision in their hands, so it was kind of, you know, good. If you don't want to spray, don't spray. And don't think you need to. So they applied 4 applications in their control plots in the first year and only 1 in their experimental plots. We never found any larvae in their fruit in 2023. In 2024, they applied 1 SWD application. Again, this was right at the beginning of fruit coloring here in June 23rd. And they didn't spray again all season. And we kept monitoring, and they finished harvest on August 4th. But we kept monitoring beyond that just to see, like, when are we gonna find, because, you know, there's always fruit left in the field. Are we gonna find SWD in these fields? And we did. But after post-harvest, that's when we started finding larvae showing up. It's important to note, at that point, it could have been other larvae too. All Drosophila larvae, unless you're gonna genetically test it, are visually identical. And once that fruit becomes compromised, gets really soft, weak, starts to rot, other Drosophila species can move in. And then this was a black raspberry trial. And this was one, I think, you know, black raspberries, they have a very short season, basically from fruit color to the end of harvest, we're talking 5 weeks. The fruit is very exposed, you know, the plant holds these, their laterals really out, so the fruit's very sun exposed, wind exposed. It's pretty dense fruit. It's not a soft, juicy blackberry. It's a very seedy, minimal, actual fruit pulp sort of situation. So just by the crop itself, it's pretty low risk. In 2023, this grower applied, two SWD applications for their fields. Never found any SWD in that fruit. Even in this situation, like this is one of the fields here, it is heavily surrounded by border habitat, a lot of Himalayan blackberry in this kind of slough area here. A lot of potential habitat for SWD. And then in 2024, they didn't apply any SWD applications, and there are still no SWD larvae in this fruit. Again, having the advantage of these fields are planted by the middle of July. So implementing like these IPM strategies for a grower, I think what ultimately the reason why to do this is the costs almost always outweigh the cost of a regular calendar-based spray program. If we're over applying insecticides, that's just money you're wasting on the farm, and you know, as the economics of berries is unfortunately not that great. Those are costs that we can cut out of the system and still net those gains. And I think this is happening just by natural economic circumstance anyway, because of the overall market. So for example, you know, if we were going out to your field and monitoring it, costs can range between 30 to 110 per acre, sometimes less, even, but not to be completely self-promoting here, but you can even, this is not rocket science. This is something that can be done on farm. It doesn't take long to train somebody up to know what they're looking for, to do saltwater tests on farm. Suppliers would probably be willing to do this or fieldmen may be willing to do this. I'm sure Josh was happy to do this for you. And when you look at that, you know, like that cost per acre, the cost of interest, if you're an organic grower, that's your main chemistry that's effective on SWD. That's about 110 per acre just for the chemistry alone. But then that doesn't even factor in what the actual cost of applications are when you're looking at the time, the equipment depreciation, how much fruit is getting knocked off just by driving equipment that are air blast spraying through the field. You know, the liability, I've seen more fields damaged because of, oops, there was a little bit of crossbow left in that tank mix. Yeah, but you get my point, like things accidentally happen, accidents happen, the more action you're taking, more chance of just rolling the dice that something might happen, so. We want to do more economic analysis on this, because as we kind of dug into it, it's a pretty complicated thing to get a grasp on, but having a good sense of what's the true cost and what's the true savings that you can get by mitigating how much you need to apply. The keys for this are really kind of a sampling frequently from the right location. Again, like sampling fruit from the middle of the field isn't really helpful as an early indicator. Sampling from those field edges to the areas that you know SWD is going to move into the field from, and inside that plant canopy, that's your best bet for early detection. Follow the data, not just outside advice. You know, pick on the fieldmen a little bit, and like a lot of people say, like, well, you know, they're just there to sell a chemical, but I think the other side of that is also, if a field man comes to you and says like, I don't think you need to spray, and then you don't, and then there's a field problem, who are you gonna go blame? You're gonna go blame the field man. So, you know, they're as much trying to cover their ass as you are. So, you know, really kind of looking at your own data and making that decision on your own and understanding that risk. Finding a single SWD larva shouldn't be like, oh, my crop is ruined. It's really kind of a threshold for action. Figure out what to do next. And lastly, know what you're looking for. And see, I'm hands raised here, but this picture here, that's not an SWD larvae. But you'll find other bugs that are in the fruit. That's a segmented, probably a yeah, sawfly larvae. So other things show up in the fruit, and any bug in your fruit is probably a bad bug you don't want there. So it's another kind of check just on overall fruit quality. If your packer finds SWD in your fruit, investigate, because you know they're dealing with 100 spinning plates as well, and sometimes you know things get mismarked or misplaced. Had one grower, come to us and say like, hey, the packer said we had an SWD in the fruit. The packer sent them pictures and I could see just by the lugs, those weren't the lugs that were in their field, it was completely wrong color, so it wasn't their fruit. So definitely do your investigation, keep detailed records too, when you're monitoring, it's good to have that track record. And a lot of times when processors say like, hey, we have we have zero tolerance, a lot of it's just, you know, they're trying to mitigate their risk, but if they see you're doing your diligence, monitoring the fruit, one SWD larvae isn't going to kill your load. If overall fruit quality is good, and there's a single larvae found in a saltwater test, it doesn't really mean much. So lastly, just kind of communicate that information. So kind of returning to the general SWD IPM practices, the first thing you should probably look at doing is just do nothing. Go enjoy a nice lazy day. Don't just jump on the sprayer and start going crazy. The second thing would be cultural control. So there are things you can do around the field. Managing the border habitats. If there's a lot of Himalayan blackberry on the edge of your field, and you just mow it down, relatively low cost things. When you're thinking about field plantings, if you're planting really late season cultivars, drip irrigation is probably gonna be a lot help, or things like that are gonna help you mitigate that risk when other risk factors are high. And then from there, biological and non-crop target controls, you know, there's a lot of new management options coming into the spectrum. There's parasitoid wasps that are being released by USDA. Hopefully those get established and then just kind of keep the overall population of SWD in the state in check. They're never going to be a cure-all by any means, but the idea is it will just balance out populations and make it less of a issue as the season develops. Then there's track and kill formulations that are being developed, which allows you to not put any actual active toxics on the fruit, but keep those banded somewhere else where the fruit isn't affected. And then lastly, looking at your chemical controls, but even within that, are there other spray strategies? Knowing that SWD moves from the border into the field, can you do a perimeter spray just along the edge of the field, just to kind of create that buffer from the rest of the fruit? And then you're using less active ingredient, you're spending less time having to spray, but still being able to manage that issue. And then saving those chemistries that are the most effective at these different life stages for when they're most needed. So kind of the idea of the packer, I'm gonna go through these quickly because I don't think we have a whole lot of packers in the room. But mainly like focus on overall fruit quality. Fruit quality can be depreciated by any number of factors, and SWD is just one little test in that spectrum of fruit quality issues. And that's kind of the main thing there. Move on from that since we're running short on time. So generally, what have we learned? SWD can be managed with a fundamentally IPM responsive approach. So looking at that fruit, monitoring it, kind of looking at your overall risk factors, taking those assessments, and then responding accordingly. Fruit sampling and monitoring should probably be the main driver of any sort of action in the field and as well as at the package shed. Traps aren't a standalone way to really determine that application timing as we discussed. And there's a lot of steps within the fruit management and handling chain that can help mitigate SWD issues. So just because you find one larvae at the docking shed doesn't mean that whole load is going to be really low fruit quality. So a true IPM strategy, if you're like a responsive approach, is almost always going to be less expensive than the calendar spray program. And why I put that caveat of almost always is because there's going to be high pressure years, and there can be spotty issues with SWD where it may show up and then you have to treat almost as if you were on a calendar spray program. So those years are pretty far and few between. So most years. And really pretty much like, I'd say 1 out of the last 5 years is a year that I would say was relatively high pressure, but even still. it was very spotty and a lot of fields didn't, or farms didn't have any issues. Some risk factors have greater impact than others. New over old, which has become kind of the industry standard management practice, one that we've seen. It's harder to get enough active ingredient on the inside when you have an issue because of how dense those canopies are, to keep acidity in check. But even still, you know, those growers have reaped a huge amount of cost savings and not having to cane out their old canes, and it kind of mitigates the issues they have on other ends. There's no one size fits all solution, you know, but their own market issues they have to keep in mind. And ultimately, you know, I think this idea of zero tolerance really needs to just go away in terms of SWD. It kind of puts people in a perpetual treadmill of applying every 7 to 10 days, and you know, Nancy Reagan did a good job of telling me to say no to drugs. I think we can all do that for zero tolerance. So that's it. These are various sponsors who help support the SWD IPM workshop that was about a month ago. And apologies for any repeat information for those of you who attended, but it does look like we have a lot of faces. That is all. Any questions? Amanda?
Did you have some blackberry fields that were new or old in your studies?
Yeah,
And then,
so-
I mean, obviously didn't find much at all, but.
Yeah, this was a new overall field here. So this trial, which was a blackberry, Cornless Marion, and Black Diamond trial was new overall. And Julie, do you know what this one is too? You know the field.
No, that is not new.
That is not.
No,
Okay, so yeah. But this one is, yeah.
but that is in a really big hotspot, in the vicinity of a river, so it's almost always a typical hotspot.
Yeah, we've used this site a lot, and this little habitat right here has been a big early season indicator for us. In past years, it's been like the place we first found SWD and
Yeah.
consistently.
So it looks like the pressure really picks up in August, like in a early season, like trailing blackberry type field. What are you looking at to get your SWD counts? Since those are like Black Diamond would mostly be wrapped up by that time.
So. Well, I mean, we're monitoring the fruit throughout the season, maybe I'm understanding the question fully, but like, we just keep monitoring the fruit.
Oh, so it's not getting harvested. Or-
It is getting harvested, but we're taking the fruit from the field, we're collecting the fruit in the bush. We're taking a sample of multiple samples of, you know, typically 60 to 80 blackberries or so, and putting it in a bag. Testing that and using that as a representative sample for the highest risk fruit in that field.
And going back out there like twice a week,
Yeah.
doing exactly that, all through harvest.
How far in are you putting the traps?
The trap, we try to keep them no more than like. Better closer to the outside, usually I'd say within 15 feet of the field edge. The further you go in from that border. You know, your trap counts are just gonna drive down.
But not right at the edge of the field.
Not like on the end posts.
On the.
You know, and that's another thing that makes trapping kind of complicated, because if your trap is like sun exposed or too high up in the canopy. You know, it could be 3 feet away from another trap, and that could be the difference from catching nothing to catching hundreds of adult SWDs. So if you're putting it on that end post where it's like hyper exposed. That's gonna just drive down your trap counts. Makes it difficult, so.
You mentioned the exposure thing just now, and also with the black raspberries, it's sort of something we can help mitigate. So I feel like I kind of see that too, where different material, different canopies, things that have that lush canopy that's not as open. And we see a little bit more in August, or a lot more. Do you have any thoughts on the trade-off of SWD pressure versus potential defects brought about by sun exposure, heat, things like that?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's you know, the heat dome, I think, exemplifies that. It's like, well, there was no SWD pressure that year, but I think you trade that any day for a 117-degree day. You know, what's harmful for the fruit, unfortunately, is also typically harmful for SWD, so you can't have your cake and eat it too. You know, there are conditions, anytime temperatures are over 85 degrees, you'll see really high trap counts because it really spurs movement in SWD activity, but it suppresses the mating behavior. So you see very little egg laying or larvae development in temperatures exceeding 85 degrees. So when we get those kind of warm spells, even, you know, 85 is kind of borderline, but it's not like 95 where you start to see crop damage. It's kind of a window where you can be like, okay, like there's relatively low risk as low temperatures sustain for a week or more. Any other questions?
Okay, well, thank Jason for cutting out more of your lunch.
What the?
You know.
So what we want to do, of course, we're gonna talk about water conservation, we are gonna have an increased efficiency, improve plant health and sustainability. And water conservation, something that I really like and believe, especially depending on the type of soil, is what we call pulsing, right? Short period of time, instead of doing 8 to 12 hours, doing and divide them all in 3 to 4 hour period. I think that with the irrigation system, either it is a wire controller or a wireless controller can help you increase efficiency. We're gonna be reducing labor costs and improve scale. Something that I really like from using controllers is that you have the entire night to irrigate, right? Compared to some people, they have only manual and they have labor can be there at the farm from 5 to 6 p.m. or depending the hours. Then once you start adding controllers, you can irrigate during the night and there's much more time for you to irrigate. And sustainability, of course, we're gonna be able to protect the water resources and the environment by pulsing and scheduling specifically when we want to irrigate, and that will help. And remote controlling, we can do it from everywhere, we can do it from home, we can do it from our farms, we can do it next to the field. So having remote control, that's something that really helps when we are working on.
That works now, the clicker thing works now.
Oh, works? Oh, okay. How you know that?
I tried it.
Oh, you tried it?
Yeah.
There you go, we have traditional 2-wire controllers, that's a very simple controller that we can see it in our homes, but we can see it on farms too. It's pretty much a single pair of wires that will control multiple valves. It's simple, cost effective and for small operations. Has limited flexibility in scheduling, they are pretty good, they're very basic, right? We're gonna choose a water start, a water mid ends. We can see it sometimes from our phones, it's sometimes easy to connect, if you have like a SIM card or you have internet access close to it, it's very simple to get access from your phone and post it. They are pretty low maintenance, and they're very good for small farms, small blocks, and easy to handle when it's only one person. And once you get having multiple people working at the farm, the problem with wires, as we know, if somebody's passing like a cultivator, a shanker, or they're not very familiar where that cable is running to, that's very important to know that that might be an issue when we have cables on the ground. And something to talk about them, people sometimes think that wire controllers, you only have access from where is the controller, and also in today's world, it's very easy and pretty cheap to get access from your phone, even if it's a regular box controller. And then we're gonna talk a little bit more about wireless controllers. We have multiple options, and kind of is what I've been doing lately. Offers a powerful solution for improving water and efficiency, and it's gonna optimize our crop production. They are easy to install. Of course, we don't have the wires. The only case that we're gonna have wires is when we wanna use what we call a receiver to open multiple wires. And what you do is from that receiver that receives the signal, which is a long range communication technology, it's not internet. And sometimes we think that it's internet, no, but it's like a radio frequency, right? Internet is only to get access from your phone, but really signal opening and closing the valves is what they call LoRa. And they're super simple in the way that they have regular 12-volt batteries that they go next to the solenoid of the receiver. And those batteries, they will send the pulse and the voltage to open and close the solenoids on our valves at the block. And they come, most of them are gonna be like 12 volts, what they call DC latching. That is a solenoid system, simple. And some people, they will have on their farms a regular wire controller that they had it for years and years, and they have what we call a 24 volts type of solenoid, that's the same, the voltage that those all regular wire controllers they work. And the good news is it's super easy to replace them or change them for wireless controllers. The only thing that you need to do is replace on the valve, well, everybody familiar probably with those solenoids on the top of the valve. You just replace those solenoids for what we call a 12 volt, and then you add the receiver next to it, and the valve should be ready to open with the new system. So even though if you have like an old valve from Rainbear for the last 20 years, 15 years, that it was working with a regular wire controller, with this new system, you can just replace them, and you only need to add a new solenoid and a new receiver to your system. And this is pretty much what you're gonna see in your phone, different cycles, when you start, when you stop. And the super nice thing that you can see how much battery, how much still charge that battery has. So usually they go for 6 months to a year, but you can see it on your phone, and it's really simple to use. The nice thing about these controllers that they come in English and Spanish too on the phone, so even your guys on the field, they can use it either in English or Spanish, so anybody can create their own account on their phone and they can have access to it, and it's pretty simple and cool to use. And I think what is important is when we're gonna decide between wire and wireless controller, what is important is the scale of operations, the size of your farm. Both systems they will work with even small or big farms. Of course, if a farm is big, you need to run more wire, and it gets a little bit more a logistical issue, like we were saying before. If you work your ground by the beds or things like that, you need to be more cautious and more careful. Environmental condition, I don't think it's a problem from Oregon. We don't have electrical storms compared to other areas, probably more like in the east side, that you're gonna have huge storms that they can toast your system. But that could be something to consider. Budget, both systems that are right now kind of pretty cheaper. Of course, wireless is gonna be a little bit more expensive, and because you have to add for receivers and other parts to your system. But again, it will save you a lot of time and less parts to install. And that would be in regards of that. And we're gonna talk about fertigation. Fertigation, as everybody probably knows, is when we inject a fertilizer to our irrigation system, right? And mainly we are trying to do is a very efficient to deliver nutrients to your plant. It allows for precise control and control that amount of water. And we know that especially for blackberries, blueberries, or berries, stuff like that, they're heavy feeders, they need a lot of nutrients, and doing it through our irrigation system is something that really would help. We have different system of fertigations. We can have from a very simple pump that is pretty much an engine pump that is with 2 hoses that is gonna connect to your main line or to your block. And we can feed fertilizer to your block, very simple and easy, with a flow meter that you're gonna know how much fertilizer you're injecting. And we can go to much more sophisticated systems where you're gonna have a tank with fertilizer, check valves, and different controllers, flow meters, and systems that will tell you. And finally, kind of the best and the Ferrari of everything is that system there, that you can do so many different fertilizers. You can do 3 to 4 fertilizers at the same time. You can do acids, you can do pH. It's gonna be measuring the pH, flow. It's gonna be sensing a lot of things. That one is really good for especially big farm operations, and you need a. The last one is that you will really need a person that is very capable and will need to understand technology very well. First few systems are very simple, anybody can do it. The third one, that is really nice, that you can do many different type of fertilizers, different type of acids. You need somebody with more skills to understanding technology and things like that. And it's, of course, it's much more expensive. And pretty much we're gonna be talking about, when we talk about fertigation on blackberries, we're gonna be talking about through the drip irrigation system. And I really like that picture there, so everybody can see kind of what it's, how the water kind of distributes on a regular drip system, right? And we're gonna see on those areas, so that area is gonna be, we're gonna have the water and the fertilizer next to it. And it's really nice because we can have it next to the root zone, and it's gonna be very close to our plants. And pretty much when we talk about different type of fertigation and different type of injectors, people is gonna talk mainly about 3 main systems. One of them is a regular diaphragm pump. Other one is what we call a piston pump, and then vertikit, that is the last one that we were talking, that has multiple pumps and multiple systems. And comes with different things, and most of these systems, they will come with a flow meter. That what it does is sense how much water is going through your main line. And depending how much water you're putting on your main line and how much water is going to each block, it's gonna decide how much fertilizer based on your agronomist's recommendations, and kind of ranges. I think benefits of fertigation is much more efficient. I think you're saving two big things here is labor and equipment on the field by doing fertigation. I'm not saying that it's gonna replace 100%, right? I will leave that more to the agronomy guys, but you're saving labor, you're saving driving equipment, and you're saving many things that if you think on a regular daily operations compared to regular dry fertilizer. Labor cost, like we just said, and of course improve your plant health. Fertigation can help improve plant and provide nutrients directly to our roots. We can do fertilizers, insecticides, fungicides, and it really depends on the crop. It's crazy how different crops, like it's people really thinking about their entire plan on how even to plant the plants and everything on based on the irrigation and the spray programs. Like I was like, for example, in Hazen, people is thinking about doing much more high density and leaving less space just because there are 2 or 3 main diseases that now they can maybe treat it through irrigation, right? And when before was very big sprayers, and it really is changing a little bit again. And that's kind of, I wanted to add that, that's a regular basic diagram for a fertigation system where you have your pump, you need a check valve, and then you have a small filtration system with another check valve, and then you will be supplying the pesticide with an injector inside of your main line. That's kind of a basic concept that anybody can do, and it's not that hard to do actually. And I think the 3-4 factors to consider when we are doing fertigation is the water quality, the fertilizer selection, and that of course your agronomy, if you have an agronomy or somebody telling you what to decide, you guys need to be on the same channel on how thick that product it is, if it's organic, if it is conventional, if it's going to need a filtration system before, it can go straight on your main line, and organics could become much more difficult because it can plug all your drip irrigation. And when you do a conventional system, usually you have more liquid and more cleaner than other type of organic fertilizer. So that's something important to think about it. And the injection rate, if you can talk with your agronomic person and help you on that side, that's very helpful information to decide what type of pump you're gonna decide. Either if it's a small amount of fertilizer that you're gonna be injecting, or it's gonna be a bigger amount. Are you gonna need acid before or after it? Some fertilizers that require to do a cleaning process, so you keep those drip irrigation lines clean, so that again, it's very interesting and helpful to have that conversation with your agronomist. And finally, it's important to monitor your plants. And so I think personally, me, of course, I think soil pros and having different technology will help you a lot, but having information every year about the soil conditions and the nutrient is super important too to decide that. Conclusion, I think automation is a valuable tool for modern people. If we use automatic irrigation, we're gonna be saving 2 or 3 main things. I think it's labor, time, and I think overall you're gonna be able to put more water, more efficient, and on different times of the day that you were not thinking even maybe before. And finally, for fertigation, it's very valuable tool again to save your labor, time, and it's gonna improve your plant health. And then I think the nice thing about these 2 things that their technology advanced so much that they are becoming very accessible for farmers in today's world, and it's much easier and helps you a lot on a regular daily basis.
Okay, we're gonna hold questions.
Yes.
And then Kevin, would it be better for you to like have both of the technology pieces, so then you can kind of speak to integrating programs, or do you wanna just talk about? What would be?
Not necessary.
Okay, yeah, go ahead then and
So
introduce yourself and your.
soil and water conservation districts, I don't know how many of you work with them, but we are locally led. Somewhat, not always, we have
tax base, property tax base in the counties or the districts that we operate in. There's 45 soil and water conservation districts in Oregon, there's only 36 counties, so some counties have more than one. Here in the Willamette Valley, that's Multnomah County and Lane County. 15 of the 45 conservation districts have property tax base, so we may have, you know, more funding than some of the base funding that ODA gives us. Traditionally, we work hand in hand with our federal partner, NRCS. That's, you know, the how the system was created. NRCS was the technical support and, you know, kind of the federal money, and soil and water conservation districts were the kind of boots on the ground to get the projects done. As we all know, I could probably stand up here and talk to you for an hour about things going on and sources of money, but you know, what I'll try to focus on is what we can do. Soil and water conservation districts, we have funding available through OWA, the Oregon Watershed Enhancement Board, which has been around in one form or another since the mid-80s. In the beginning, it was the governor's watershed board. You know, every district has granting options from OWA, from small grants, which are up to $15,000 that can fund irrigation efficiency projects, up to national working lands funds, and other newer programs that are just coming out that we can access to work directly with you for improving the efficiency of your farm. And that's kind of the key part of it is we're not going to help you develop irrigation that you don't have, but we will fund using your water more efficiently. So if you want to go to drip, if you want to go to irrigation, if you want to go to an automated controller, where you're using your water more effectively, that's all perfectly acceptable within the realm of what we do. As funding becomes, especially federal funding becomes tighter, all of that stuff is competitive, right? So we're all competing for the same pot of money. We submit grants, there's always more asked than there is money. But water is a very big concern, resource concern here in Oregon, and those projects always ran really well. So if you do have, you know, an irrigation efficiency upgrade that you do, please talk to your soil and water conservation district, you know, in your county. Marion County, of course, they're located over in Staten. Clackamas County is up at Beaver Creek. You know, they have very large programs that get quite a bit of tax base, and they do some smaller micro granting right from the districts to growers. But you know, that's the basics of what we can do. You know, it's not so much anymore. We're not really crop consultants. We're there to try to understand what you're doing and make those processes that you have better. If we can, and especially we want to get a measurable conservation gain. So like if you're using a traveler and you're pumping 400 gallons a minute, if you want to switch to drip and you can reduce that point of diversion to 200 gallons a minute, that's a conservation gain. Even though over the course of the year, you may be using the same amount of water, we're reducing that time of that gallon per minute at time of diversion. We're leaving that water in the stream for habitat. And that always, you know, in Oregon, fish and fish passage is the key to funding. So the more we can relate that to water, to habitat gain, the more success we have in funding projects on the ground. If y'all when we have questions about other things, I'm happy to provide my info, but I think I'll stop there instead of doing a lot of speculation.
What about grant periods? Like, are there certain times a year that you should?
Yeah, so most of our grants, especially like state grants, are open year round.
Okay.
Generally, if they're not, they have 2 application windows, usually spring and fall.
Okay.
So And those will kind of. So specific timing will vary, as we try to stagger them, so it's not all piled up, that's,
Thank you.
Bruno, you wanna finish up?
Yes, thank you. So to the point that Kevin was making, we have two growers in the Woodburn area who applied in the fall for grant, and they are in Marion County. And it got approved, so we'll be moving forward with installations. And I can talk a little bit later on what that installation is about. One of the other thing I forgot to mention, or actually make it relevant, is that for 8 years, I was also a product manager for Greenbird Irrigations. And that's the area on one of the brand, it was his name. Although you're gonna get a smile, because I work in the golf division, right? So as far as they grow grass and they cut grass. But what's very interesting in the golf course, which 18-hole golf course is about 100 to 120 acres of grass to grow for some building, is that especially in the Southwest, you have up to 2, 3, or 4,000 sprinkler heads sometimes, right? Because it's a very granular way of managing irrigation between green and tee boxes. So one of the fun projects I had 15 years ago was to develop with the engineering team an irrigation system that we use soil moisture sensors to calculate the irrigation time and then automate the irrigation time on the golf course, right? So if eventually move into agriculture, but in terms of technology, these were some of the very interesting things we worked on. I'm going to jump into a very granular, but I think I believe we're here to solve some real problem or address some real questions, right? I understand from Julie's setup that she sent us that some of you may or may not have irrigation. So you may start from very basic to somewhere, right? You may already have some irrigation, but you're looking for evolving and improving, right? So I'm going to put on a couple of slides some concept or work that we've been working on. So I suppose I do forward, right?
Yeah, it should be a. Right now.
Okay.
Oh, it's.
Yeah, so I talk to you a little bit think about your field, right? And when Ariel and his team are going to design an irrigation system for you, you're going to make some assumptions that ideally you're looking for a uniform system, which means that the plant, the soil within this area that you're considering is uniform, right? So because it's going to be the same amount of water you're applying across, right? And what we did some work over the past 2 years, especially in berries, blueberries in particular, and other crops, is that we found that there's a lot of variability due to the soil texture, the variation, and soil is this combination of minerals and air gaps, porosity, roots, organic material. And it was fascinating to discover that, assuming that a soil is uniform based on history and so on, that can be a stretch sometimes. So we have, and I'm not getting into a sales pitch here, but there's a room before you move into monitoring automated irrigation, there's room for doing a really good site audit to understand the boundaries of this irrigation block and also understand the possible sources for variations, because eventually they will translate in crop health variation and also yield differences, right? So we have this portable probe and it's very wide, 12 to 16 inches. So the key point is that it's going to measure moisture and salinity within the root zone of 4 to 16 inches. So enough said on this, that's not the point. But what I want to show you is that out of this audit that you would do, and the more points you take measurements from, you would be able to create what's called a heat map that will show you highs and lows in moisture and salinity, right? You probably have seen aerial imaging showing you vegetation index from satellite, or maybe it's a drone or it's an aircraft, right? But when you overlay this information with, for instance, the USDA Web Soil Survey, if you have not seen this, I will give you the link. You can pick for any location in the US, you can put in your address, your general area, and it will give you the contour of the different soil textures that are involved. And knowing your soil for this area is super important, because regardless of the automation system you have, your targets for how much water to apply and how much water you cannot go below, typically your permanent wilting point with a buffer, really are driven by the type of soil texture that you have. So you need to know your soil. If you don't have a soil lab results, you can always go to that site to tell you what you're dealing with. So in this example, in Wilsonville, just north of here, blueberry field along the Willamette River, the area in red was a 9-acre field that had mostly a silt loam type of soil. There was some variation on the right-hand side, but they were just maybe the soil was deposited, I don't know, 10,000 years after the other one. Big deal, right? But it was mostly silt loam. And the silt loam has a field capacity typically around 30%, and a permanent wilting point around 16%. If you do not know what field capacity and permanent wilting point, you will know. The field capacity is it's the highest amount of water the soil, it's the higher target that you should achieve. Anything you apply above, gonna move to saturation. Water will move outside of the profile, will drain out, will run off if you have a slope, right? So when you irrigate, you need to know that upper limit. Anything else, anything above is wasted. Right? So the 30% was the field capacity we were dealing with. And we used the fold, here's a picture on the right. And we divided that 9-acre block in a 10 by 10 grid. And for every area, we took a measurement. And the values that you see, that's the percentage of soil moisture in each one of those cells. That's called volumetric water content. So if you have a volume of soil, 23% in the upper left corner, I mean, 23% of that volume is water. The rest is minerals, air, roots, bugs, and so on. And you can see the variation, right? So even though the overall average was 24%, you could find spot as low as 14%, which is, I need to get my water. As low as 14%, which is below permanent wilting point. So probably trouble for the plants that were in that area. And you had some high points, 32%, right? And you had a few areas at 24%. So if you're going to irrigate, so now you have your system in place and you're going to monitor your soil moisture and decide on how long will you run your irrigation, right? If you're looking for stationary, how many of you are using sensors or in the ground? So how would you decide where to place that stationary probe?
I wasn't there when they put it in.
So, and I'll give you some example I've heard over the past. Number one, a probe can be placed for convenience. Because when it's time to troubleshoot and do some maintenance, nobody wants to walk hundreds of feet down the road, so they're gonna put it on the outside. Another consideration, well, I don't really want it on the outside because there's vandalism, right? So I'm gonna stick it in the middle because, it's safer this way. So, but not very often do I hear, well, I'm gonna put it in a indicator area. Right, so let's take the example of you stick the phone right there in the middle of the field. In that particular situation, 16%, and we did, by the way, we did this sampling 2 weeks apart, right? One time and then 2 weeks later, and same trends. So if you were to irrigate based on the central location, meaning that you bring that location to field capacity, because you chose one of the driest spot, you end up overwatering the rest of your field. Right? So if you had done an audit, right? Not to pick on you, but if you had been there, you could have told the guys, hey, no, that's not a good location. I know one that's better, right? So that would be location number 2, where it would be 24%, because that's the average for the whole block. So that's situation number 2. So you're still over applying a little bit where the soil was drier than that, but in generally speaking, you're doing a better job. Between 1 and 2, there's a 20% reduction in the amount of water, right? Which Kevin in his role is going to be very, say, that's money well spent. We are conserving water because it's 20% less water every time you irrigate. Twice a week, 3 times a week, from June until September, or even after harvest, right? And it's not just the cost of water, which in the valleys, there's no cost, really. It's free. If you are in the Central Valley, California, there's a cost. It's $2,000 on average per acre foot, right? So that's why they are trading credits for that.
I have a question. I'm really confused as far as, because you're saying they're using drip, right? Why is there so much variation in drip?
Yeah, it's not so much the drip. It's the fact that what we see from the top as a uniform system, when you look at it from underground, there will be variation in the texture. There will be variation in compactness. There's a variation with the way the roots are moving into the ground. There could be more air pocket. We saw a lot of rodent, squirrel underground. So it really depends that what looks like on the surface to be uniform could actually has variation.
Okay.
And told us that it made sense is that we did this again twice, right? So it was not just a one thing. So water has or does not have a cost, so it's the energy to run the system, the pump, the well, right? The motor, it's the wear and tear on the equipment. When you could stop irrigating, make it, I don't know, an hour shorter. Labor, if there's one involved, and there's also health risk, right? Either you irrigate on the dry side, or you sometimes over irrigating can be just as much of an issue. So that was one thing. Then quickly, another example, interesting. Again, depending on where you are in that continuum, in terms of today, do you assess soil moisture by hand, which has been a tradition in a lot of areas, it's still done very often, or have you already moved with sensors, right? So, and feel is a good technique, but let's recognize that it's very subjective. Your assessment varies from one person to the next, right? And then it depends, if you like me today, I have a cold, my touch and feeling is different than next week and when I'll be healthy, right? And then you have differences in soil texture as well within your same property. So it's a very subjective way of assessing. This example was taken from a 100-acre lot in the Central Valley of California, pistachio farm. And we did a grid of 5 by 10, right? So we took 50 measurements. The area in purple relates to a slight variation in the soil texture. So that area had a higher loam and clay content, so a larger water holding capacity, right? So these are the measurements on the left we took with the probe. And what we concluded, you can see that 27% field capacity for outside the purple area and 33%. Just about every single area of that block were over irrigated because the individual, and I'm not blaming them, it's human. That's why early on I said human factor is a big factor when you decide what, how often and where to irrigate. But there was a tendency to over irrigate. So high cost of water. And in that case, a lot of phytophthora root rot developing killing trees. Right? So what the message is here is that as you are looking at irrigating, the data is nice because everyone's going to give you a whole bunch of data. You could turn into Excel spreadsheets, specialists, and so on. But it's really super important to pick the areas that you are going to monitor in order to make your decision on the home block. And there are tools today that will help you to decide where to place those sensors eventually. But also, as you're looking to move, if you are looking at hand-field method, know that it's highly subjective and probably one of the best lower hanging fruit to consider is really to move away from hand-field. You can always use this as a reality check, right? But it's important if you want to gain and optimize your input, right? Your return on investment, there's some low-hanging fruits, but usually it's also coming from a lot of smaller, a little bit higher fruits, right? But this is probably one of the most important one you can consider. And then here, the irrigation system is very important also. So yeah, raspberries, blackberries, blueberries, drip irrigation is the better system to go with. This is to tell you, how an irrigation system also when it's not applied for the right crop, how the different it means. So mostly sandy loam soil. The block on the top, it's 30 acres of almonds. The block at the bottom is also 30 acres of almond. Micro sprinklers on the north side, drip irrigation on the south side. And we did a measurement with the 6x10 grid. Consistently, the north orchard was usually, or they were both, by the way, irrigated at the same time for the same duration, except that the north, again, it's micro sprinklers, and the lower side, the south side is drip irrigation. So 80% of the north field was at or near field capacity, which was desirable. Only 23% of the south side was at field capacity. There were 10 to 20% lower yield on the south side than on the north side, because obviously a lot of trees were struggling, and not just struggling when we did the measurement in September, but since this was consistent, the irrigation was done from June, the plant was struggling at the different key development stage of it, right? Production of the nuts, growing the nuts, and so on. So in this case, clearly micro sprinklers were a better choice for this type of crop, because it's easy to picture micro sprinklers. A tree has a larger root zone, right? Not just in depth, but on the sides as well. So micro sprinklers will spread the water over a large area. Drip works really well for raspberries, blackberries, and blueberries but the water plume envelope is concentrated to the root zone. Roots don't go sideways. So again, knowing the soil, knowing the type of crop is super important for that. Okay, I know I have a tendency to go overboard. If you're going from hand, traditionally, right? I don't know what Arion thinks, but should you really jump into automation right away? Right? maybe not. There's a learning curve, right? But there are tools available that can help you to migrate to a soil monitoring or soil moisture monitoring system that is, you're not yet investing tens of thousands of dollars or hundred, depending on the acre. You may, it's a walk before you run type of situation. So here's, and I have a sample on the table on the back. It's a gypsum block, which is a fairly old technology. It's a visual indicator. You can see on the left what's the yellow disc, right? They're either black or yellow. The more moisture in the soil, the more yellow disc you will see, right? And the gypsum block here is buried in the ground. There's a PVC pipe that is not part of the kit, but you cut to the right depth, right? So you can place them at 6 inches, 12, 2 feet. And then for different crops, you have it measures basically the ability, it's called the soil water potential. It measures the ability of a plant to pour water out of the soil. It's a bit like you have a cup with a straw, right? You put more effort in sucking water out of that cup when you don't have as much. When the glass is full, it doesn't take as much of energy. So more or less that's the same principle. So maybe that's a good intermediary way of measuring. Plus it's color coded, right? So everyone, as you drive, and then that's a way to transition. That's what I wanted to show you. It works well in citrus, sunflowers, and the melon and berries. All right, I know I took too much time. Sorry.
Well, no, I mean, I think, the point is to see technology, but also to realize that with caneberries right now, it's the price, unless you're working in a fresh market situation, the price is just not there, or it's very irregular. So it makes it difficult for growers to invest and implement. But I guess like from one of my questions, how do you justify knowing that the price as it is a low price? How do you justify kind of installing irrigation and having that return on investment eventually show up?
Well, I think my first answer will be the heat domes. That would be one, right? I think heat stress and those warm and hot days becoming more and more common. So I think in berries overall, it's super important to have some type of irrigation system that will help you to fight that, either drip or some people what is doing a lot, and actually for many reasons is when I'm asked to design a new irrigation system for blackberries especially, like there is 1 or 2 farmers that I know, they always ask me to add a small micro sprinklers on the top, sprinklers, that they will do like half a gallon a minute on top of the drip, because they are really worried about the heat stress and the heat loss, right? Like you could have a great year, good prices, but then you have a super warm year and you can lose so much of that fruit. So I think it's not only yield, it's about plant health, it's about protecting the plant, especially on those hot days on June, July. And we run some numbers about doing drip irrigation and things like that, and in 3 to 5 years, you recover that, you try to recover that investment, and you're producing more. Yeah. That's from the irrigation perspective.
From our perspective, we work hand in hand with, all kinds of agriculture, and we know there's not a whole lot of bright spots at the moment. But we do want to see farmers succeed, and even if we can provide a little bit of assistance, from maybe a few $1,000s into a project, is the ability to add a nice controller or a little bit better, efficiency setup in your drip system that you want to install. That's a win for us too. And it may provide you, obviously with, we're sharing that cost, but maybe a little bit quicker payback in that system. And that's where we can really help, obviously the, federal program, NRCS, a lot of those can be up to, 50 to up to 70% cost share. Again, those are tied to political things, that's just the reality. But much of that, the stuff that we do have is tied to Farm Bill is available. Inflation Reduction Act funding, which really did go to fund a lot of these irrigation projects because it's directly related, tied into that. Existing projects, if you have a contract, that's fine. There's probably not going to be any new contracts.
So I spent a bit more time, a little bit, on the side of the market, right? I'm not saying I know your markets very well, because I don't. I've been over the past 2 years attending several berry conferences and workshops, right? And if you take the long road, I know the challenge from farm, it's going from 1 year to the next, right? And that with that itself, you can pull your hair out of it. But if you take the long road, right? The demand for healthy food, perhaps grown more biologically organic, right? But is high. That's driven. The demand is really high, right? The long term, the runway is very long. So would you do this, or would you rather go corn or soybeans, which are really commodities? So I think this type of crop has a better outlook. It will vary from 1 year to the other. Perhaps the long trend is positive. Then in the discussions I've had is that, do you want to be harvesting or coming to market at a time where everyone else is, right? Which means that usually now you see a higher production, more of a glut, therefore a decrease in the prices. Or do you want to start being able to come into the market at a time where, I don't know, Chile, South, BC or Maine are down, right? Wherever you go. So, and how do you play with this, right? How do you customize when to bring your crops to market? It's going to require to start manipulating the conditions of growth, right? And your options are obviously, again, I'm not an expert with varieties and breeds, but it's when you're going to start to look at having varieties that probably come earlier than the rest, right? Or varieties that are later than the rest, but during the crop for the other. And how do you grow these varieties? Well, it's going to be influencing nutrients, influencing water, and definitely temperature, soil temperature in particular, right? So I think it's so now with that in mind, the investment, you plug the demand, the potential price, potential yield, and you look at the investment required to generate this. So it's the drip, it's the pump, it's the monitoring system, it's the sensors. But you should need to know, and is that you don't have, and again, Ariel, I don't mean just automation is good, but I know a lot of people would rather first monitor before with confidence turning over the irrigation to, it's human, right? We want to see, hey, before I turn over the irrigation to a system, I want to be able to compare how the crop looks. It's usually a year to 2 of learning curve there. And there are some tools that will allow you to gain that knowledge, and they don't have to be super expensive. So that's my side of this.
So we're over time on this, but if someone has one more question, they can ask. Otherwise, we're gonna have to keep on. I mean, you guys will be around, there's information on the tables, so feel free to reach out to these folks. Thank you all for being part of this. Super appreciate it. Next is updates for the Caneberry nutrient management standards and practices. Those have been recently updated, and so we're gonna have Amanda Davis. Yeah. All right, hi everyone. The good news is I'm not gonna be presenting a whole bunch of data right before lunch. Basically, just presenting our updated Caneberry nutrient management guide. The first one, or the last version came out in 2006, so it's been about 20 years. This was something that Bernadine Strick had wanted to get done before she finished up at OSU, but she handed it off to me, so. I want to start by thanking all the people that worked on this. So Scott Lucas, who now runs the berry program at OSU, of course, Bernadine, Amber Moore is a soil scientist at OSU, Lisa Dinser at Washington State University, Dave Riley at the USDA has done a lot of work on this stuff over the years, and then Emily Dixon, who's an instructor in our program as well. Oh, it's not gonna work for me. Yeah. With advancements, we want and then put a models on her brain. I tried. Did you put the note on that? I put it on that one. Oh, I just. Okay, great, thank you. Okay, so this is the old guide. Probably many of you are familiar with that one. This is what it looks now. It's now called PNW 780, so that's a QR code to it. If anybody wants to scan that, you can also, if you Google Caneberry Nutrient Management Guide, the new one will come up. Still can find the old one. But basically, that's what it looks like. And then we have a table of contents here at the beginning. So any of these things that are in blue, you can just click on that. You can go directly to the section that you want to access. So that should make it a little bit easier. Everybody got a QR code that wants it. So why do we update it? We basically wanted to make it a little bit more user-friendly for all of you. Over the past decade or so, we've been able to update some of the nutrient standards by crop type, so raspberries and blackberries, floricane versus primocane fruiting. So it's going to be more specific information, so you can really fine-tune your fertilizer applications depending on what you're growing. We have updated Lyme guidelines, which came from Amber Moore at OSU, looking at some nutrient deficiency symptoms, different types of fertilizer applications, and how we're putting out the nutrients, the sources of nutrients, where we're different products available that we can get our nitrogen, phosphorus, potassium from, and then finally some organic options and other amendments that we might consider adding. So again, one of the things that we separated out this time is looking at pre-planting and established plantings. So if you're just getting ready to put a field in, you can go directly to that section and it should be more specific information rather than having to dig through a bunch of other stuff that doesn't really pertain to what you need at that time. The soil nutrients, we're just going to show some of the tables that are in the guide, not really go over them too much, but again, you can see pre-plant versus existing crop. These are the Lyme recommendations. So you're going to do your soil test, and depending on what the buffer pH says, that'll tell you exactly what you need to put out there. And then in the old guide, you used to kind of have to go through nutrient by nutrient and find what you wanted to put out there. So we've just put it all together here in one table for the nutrients that tend to be deficient or we might need to consider adding before we plant our plantings or even after they're in the ground. Then we go into tissue testing. So of course we need to know what's in the soil, but we also need to know what the plant is taking up because there's a lot of management practices that can impact that. We have photos here for floricane fruiting type raspberry and blackberries of sampling just that most recent fully expanded leaf. It's usually about a foot back from the tip of the cane, but it can depend on the variety. Some of them you're going to have to go a couple feet back from the tip of the cane to find the right leaf. And then the timing is going to differ a little bit based on which type of plant you're growing when you want to collect those samples. So in raspberry, it's going to be late July to early August, which is kind of what we've all been doing in the past. With primocane fruiting raspberries, though, you're going to sample 3 to 4 nodes below the last fruiting lateral. So that's going to be a little bit different. In floricane blackberry, the research that we've done here in the Willamette Valley showed that we really should be sampling slightly later, so mid to late August. And that's just because the nutrients aren't changing as much in the leaves at that time. So you're going to get a more consistent sample from year to year if you go a little bit later into August. And then in primocane blackberry, similar to raspberry, we're going to do it at a different time. With blackberries, we want to look at the green fruit stage. So it's typically 2 weeks after you go through and hit the primocanes. And again, it's 3 to 4 nodes below the last fruiting lateral. Leaf nutrient standards. So like I mentioned, we have them broken out for raspberry and blackberry. And I'm not gonna go through all these, you can see they're pretty similar, but there are some differences in there. But we show the floricane fruiting, the time that you wanna sample, and then what the standards should be when you compare your leaf test to that. And then we've got our primocane fruiting and primocane fruiting raspberry and blackberry in there as well. Then we have nutrient deficiency symptoms. So we only have photos for some of the nutrients. I don't have photos for all of them. But basically you see a photo and then there's gonna be a description of what that might look like. And I've just got nitrogen up here, but we go through pretty much all the nutrients for what you might see if your crop is low in that. I would want to shout out, if anybody does have photos showing deficiencies that's documented with tissue, it would be super helpful if you have those and you don't mind sending them over. I would love to include more of those in a future version of this, or just have those on hand. We didn't have a lot of great photos, so if anybody's got that, reach out to me, please. Okay, then we go into nutrient application. So it's showing an example for nitrogen here, but we're gonna talk about rates, timing, and application method. And again, it's specific for each of these different types. So we have red raspberries, black raspberries, semi-erect, trailing blackberries, pretty much everything you need there. And what that will look like in terms of amounts in planting year and for established planting, and a little bit about the timing of that. And then just an example of what the information we have here. So this is talking about fertigation. So in the planting year, you're gonna apply about 5 pounds of nitrogen per acre per week. And that starts about a week after planting and continues until the end of July. And it's gonna be a little bit different for established plantings. So we're gonna do 5 to 10 pounds of nitrogen per week, beginning when the primocanes are starting to emerge and continuing to the end of harvest. Kind of depending on the type of blackberry or raspberry that you're growing. So I won't read through all the specifics, but it's all in the guide. And then just like we have granular information, fertigation, and then if you want to do a combination of the two, we'll tell you how to do that also. For other nutrients besides nitrogen, we have specific ranges for phosphorus, potassium, and boron by the different crop type if they're different. So this shows you both the soil test as well as leaf test, and then what you might need to add depending on what your samples are. And then we have the recommendations for all the other nutrients, but they don't tend to be deficient in our area. But if you do see deficiency, we'll show you how much you need to put on. Okay, in terms of what to apply, there's lots of different sources of all these nutrients, obviously. But we have a pretty large table in there of different options for conventional materials as well as organic materials, and we'll show you how much nitrogen, phosphorus, potassium, and sulfur. And then there's a bunch of different footnotes for some of these things, like whether or not you can fertigate it, or some notes about fish emulsion. If you're using that, you need to be a little bit careful about the salts in it. Okay, application method, we talked about the dry and granular considerations with fertigation, which we just talked about a little bit. And then looking at foliar recommendations, so we sort of know they're generally not recommended for the macronutrients like nitrogen, phosphorus. Calcium continues to be a big question of if we can apply calcium and does it help with our fruit ripeness. In general, the research has shown that it's not super effective and we're not getting that calcium into the fruit where we might need it. Lisa is still doing some research in Washington on raspberries. So we don't want to totally rule it out, but I think there's more questions about it, and it's definitely not like a surefire, this is how I'm going to get calcium into my plant, into my fruit. So use caution with it. It also can result in phytotoxicity if you're using calcium chloride, especially at higher rates. So just be cautious with it. The same thing with the micronutrients. If you're seeing deficiency in your tissue tests, that can be a good way to get micronutrients into the plant. But again, using low concentrations and using caution with surfactants, making sure we're using the right types. And when you're combining those with the micronutrients, we just want to be careful about those rates that we're putting in. For the pre-plant consideration section, again, we have specific testing and nutrient amendment recommendations. And then we talk about the organic amendments such as manure and compost, what kind of nutrients we can get out of those, what some concerns might be. And there's a bunch of links to other OSU extension publications that should be helpful and give you more specific information. Some folks are interested in using inoculants, which can be
used to increase root colonization, but we also know that in raspberry, the roots are naturally doing this. So is it really beneficial, especially if we're concerned about economics, as we always are? It's another expense and it may not be getting you a whole lot of benefit. And there are some ecological concerns with introducing different species into these environments. Humic and fulvic acids, that's another area Lisa in Washington has done some research on in red raspberry, and found some improved plant growth in the first 2 years after planting. But in mature plants, there really was no effect on growth and yield. So it's another one of these that might be beneficial right at planting, maybe not so much as the plantings that are established and going on into the future. And we really don't know much about it in blackberry. We can kind of infer from these other perennial crops. If you want to try it, maybe at establishment, probably not so much later on during the planting. And then we have section cover crops, and again, kind of referring you out to other extension publications and resources that should be helpful. Okay, here's a list of some of those. I'm not gonna go through that, but there's a lot of different ones covering a lot of different topics, so depending on what you're interested in, there's also a huge list of journal articles if you really want to nerd out about the science behind some of this stuff. We have those listed as well. Most of those have links that you can click on and get free access for a lot of them. Okay, this QR code is a survey about my presentation. OSU wants to know how I'm doing. I know there's a lot of surveys out in the world, but if you don't mind filling it out, I would appreciate it. And that's my email address. If you have any questions, if you go through the guide and you're saying, oh, there's something missing, or there's any other improvements you'd like to see, these things do get revised, hopefully more frequently than 20 years from now. So we'll try and keep it up to date and with useful information for you, so. Yeah.
Real quick, so I'm assuming you did this at either Aurora or Corvallis. And your plant population is set on 5-foot spacings, right?
Yeah.
And so on this, where we're throwing them over, a lot of those tips are starting, we got plants every foot probably in some of these older fields. So do you have to increase the amount of nitrogen, phosphorus, potash, because you got a higher plant population, and at what rate?
Yeah, I think that's a good question. It's something we thought about in our trial that we have up there, where we have the different plant spacing. And I think that like the plants end up competing with each other, especially like in blackberries, right? There's only so much volume we can get. At some point, they compete with each other and the individual plants get smaller. So I kind of think that evens out. And some of the research that has been done has been at different farms, right? It's not just been at the research station. And it's doing, you know, surveys at grower fields and looking at the rates that they're putting out compared to what the Cuban soil tests say and what their yields are. So it's based on more than just what we've got there. Of course, there's room to adapt that to what you're doing, but I don't have any evidence to say that you should be putting out more. I think if you're seeing that over time and maybe your yields are going down, or you're seeing things show up in your nutrient testing that looks suspicious, then it's something to address. But I do think that competition within the plants, like I think the plants are gonna shrink down, but it's gonna ultimately be about the same canopy volume.
Next question I have is, if you apply too much nitrogen, does that affect the rate on the nutrients?
Yeah, if you apply too much nitrogen, it'll affect the bud rate. It can. I mean, the plants are really good at compensating, right? So if we get a lot of excess vegetative growth in the primocanes, because we have a lot of nitrogen out there, the plant will ultimately, from what I've read, will compensate by having a lower bud break, or you might get fewer flower buds per lateral, things like that. So yeah, that's my understanding of what happens. Basically, it's like it's only gonna put out so much. So adding more nitrogen, getting more vegetative growth isn't necessarily gonna increase yield. Okay, anybody else? Yeah.
I've been putting sulfate of potash on, and years ago I used muriated potash. And I think the sulfate of potash is the better way to go. You have less chlorine on the ground for plant health. Is there any study on that?
Yeah, I mean, I think I think sorry, I think you're right about that, like, we need to be careful about the salts that we're putting on, and when we're putting out that potash, the potassium. What's coming alongside that is an issue, so we need to be careful not to go above a certain amount and really only putting it out. If our plant's telling us that it needs it, right, if the tissue testing is indicating that it needs that potassium, because if not, we can be putting out too much of that salt, and it's burning the plant, or it's gonna decrease the health of the plant. If you don't actually need it, so yeah, that's a good comment. Yeah,
From what my experience is if you're under 100 pounds the acre. Potassium chloride is okay. If you're putting over 100 pounds per acre, you probably need to be doing the rest of it with SSOP.
Yeah, I mean-
Generally, is some chloride is good. But too much is bad.
yeah, right, and it depends on your soil and what you're actually needing in your system. We put some out in our research planting a couple years ago, and I think. Dave Rilo was saying, don't go over 70 pounds per acre, just to be careful about that.
Yeah.
So, yeah. There is a limit that you wouldn't want, even if you are low in potassium, you don't wanna just dump a bunch on. And because you're gonna get the potassium, if you're gonna be doing more damage by putting fluoride out there. Yeah. Okay. Lunchtime, I'll be around if anybody else has comments, questions.
At lunchtime, we're doing wraps this time around. So you can go up there and snag some food, and then we'll come back to this shortly after 1 o'clock. To get back at the world after. All right, thank you.
Oh, yeah, right.
I know.
That's too much sitting.
Yeah, we're off, that's like we started. I carry that. Yeah.
And I throw my trash. Well, the bad part.
I wish they had that roast down birds and all that stuff.
Yeah. But yeah, it's not a pleasant story.
Try to sugarcoat it, we didn't.
This is gonna be with sugar coating. I'm sorry.
So this is in PDF, so I'm just going to. Abby, let me know if you can see. This screen, okay. Is there a presenter mode in PDF or is it good? Can everybody see it?
Yeah.
All right.
Okay. Well, first of all, thanks for the invitation to speak, and I also want to acknowledge the Northwoods Center for Small Fruits Research. That has been a constant funder of all of our projects on fungicide resistance. So that combined with various commissions has been essential for us to do this type of research. So today I'm going to be talking about emergence of botrytis to BRAC7 fungicides. Whoops. I might have to.
Here, see if that helps. Gives me that.
Nope.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm not able to get this to advance at all. Oh, wait. Nope.
Come on, Mr. Wizard.
I wonder if the little down arrow right along the side.
I tried the down arrow. Oh, so I can scroll.
So, yeah, just like, just if you just click here.
Okay. Awesome. All right, so a quick outline. I'm just gonna talk about when I started in 2016 with the USDA. We did a survey right away to look at fungicide resistance because we realized nothing had been published about fungicide resistance and botrytis in Oregon since 1990. So we wanted to get caught up and then talk about some work we're doing with collaborators up in Washington State on fungicide resistance, and then talk about how does fungicide resistance happen. So. And once I get this
There we go. Okay, testing for fungicide resistance. Basically, we go out in the fields, there's a blackberry field, we collect. If we're at harvest, we'll collect things with symptoms of gray mold. You can see the spores on the surface. And we'll bring back samples from fields and then incubate them in humid conditions and let the fungus grow out. Back when I started, the incidence of fungi growing out of the blackberries was about, after 12 days of incubation, almost every single fruit had botrytis growing out. So it was a high incidence of infection. You didn't necessarily see the disease until it's incubated. After we get botrytis growing out, then we culture it on media and we get clean cultures. So single fungus cultures, and you can see that the botrytis looks really different across these cultures, but that's expected. And then we test the ability of botrytis to grow in the presence of a fungicide. So here we used big plates, 3 isolates per plate. If we just have media, the fungus can grow easily out of those inoculum plugs. If it's, say, media amended with penhexamid, frac 17, elevate, we see that all these isolates were resistant to penhexamid. And we also saw resistance to boscalid and little sensitivity, but very sensitive or a little bit of growth to fludeoxonil. So that's the kind of assay we did. It was very labor intensive because we had to take calipers and measure the diameter of all the cultures over 5 days. And then do all these calculations to determine if they're resistant or not. But that's what this data is based on. And I want to show that we did this is the incidence of Oregon small fruit with fungicide tolerant botrytis. And my point for this is red raspberries, blackberry, blueberry, and strawberry. And we tested them against boscalid, frac 7, soquanadil, frac 9, penhexamid, frac 17, iprodione, frac 2, and fludeoxonil, frac 12. And you can see that fungicide resistance is not crop specific. We have botrytis out there. All these crops are sensitive to botrytis. And if you're controlling them with fungicide, controlling botrytis with fungicide, you're going to get resistance. So I'm going to be presenting on like red raspberry and also blueberry, but these results all apply to caneberries in Oregon. What happens in Washington and what happens on these other crops is relevant. So anyway, we see a lot of boscalid resistance, certainly, and a fair amount of soquanadil and also penhexamid. So we had multi-fungicide resistance in Oregon back by 2019. And again, this also just indicates, this gives the data a little bit differently. It's like, how many frac classes do we have resistance to with Oregon small fruits? And I apologize for the quality of the image, but you can see that for if it has 1, first of all, that's the good news. It's sensitive, so 30% of all isolates of botrytis were sensitive to all fungicides we tested for. That was the good news. But then we have a fair number that were sensitive to 1 fungicide group, fair number that were resistant to 2, 3, 4, and 5. There were some that were resistant to 5. There's a right sliver. But anyway, what this indicates is that generally we saw resistance to 3 frac groups across all the crops in Oregon. So we do have multi-fungicide resistance, and this is back in 2019. Okay, so generally about 30 of the isolates were resistant to boscalid, frac 7, penhexamid, and soquanadil. So we're already kind of, worried about resistance emerging. A small amount were resistant to iprodione, which is surprising because there used to be a lot of resistance to that, but we're not using it as frequently nowadays as we used to.
And tolerance to fluviaxinol, BRAC 12 was occasional but rare. And, you know, again, we have multi-fungicide resistance. And similar fungicide resistance profile reported in Washington State small fruits. Okay, so now let's go forward. So this is resistance botrytis on red raspberry in northwestern Washington. And this is a collaborative project. Jeff DeLong is a scientist with the USDA, but he's located up there. Sakradar Malapalli is a blueberry pathologist at the WSU in Mount Vernon. So for this center, for this project funded by the Northwest Center for Small Fruit Research, we had established sampling locations in northern Washington, 12 commercial red raspberry fields, and we collected both overwintering. And the weird thing is, botrytis will form sclerotia on canes, so this is called cane botrytis. It forms these overwintering structures as sclerotia. Those things will start producing canidia even in January. It's bizarre. We have a project on trying to figure out what's the fate of those canidia, but these spores are produced throughout the winter and into the spring. And we feel like that's the initial inoculum for these botrytis infections on the flowers and subsequently the fruit. So this is, we're doing molecular tests to prove that though. So when I say overwintering, it truly is winter samples, bloom and then harvest. And instead of doing, we did a little bit different assays. We collected sclerotia and gray mold during harvest. We got the cultures, got them to sporulate, and then took one spore from each isolate. And then we could use these spores to test for fungicide resistance. So here's an example. This is the positive control. We put these individual spores on media, and we see that almost everyone has a thread coming out, meaning it's viable and growing and happy. Okay, so that's good. And then we have a sensitive isolate that's a fungicide was added, and this isolate, this same spores is so sensitive that nothing happens. It just stays a little ball, there's no growth coming out. Sometimes you get moderate growth, but not as good as when there's no fungicide there. So it's a little bit of tolerance to that fungicide. And then also we have highly tolerant isolates where the fungus is growing just as well if the fungicide is there as no fungicide. So that's a spore germination test, which is used by a lot of labs. It's a little bit tedious because it's a lot of microscopy, but it's good results. Okay, so we were looking at resistance to two crack groups, crack group 9 and crack group 7 up in Washington. The greenish colors, the bars to the left are 2022 results, and then the bars to the right are 2023 results for fungicide resistance. The shorter the bar, the fewer colonies, fewer fungi that were resistant, so it's mostly sensitive. The higher the bar, there's a lot of resistance, okay? And this starts with winter, spring, bloom, harvest. So every 3 is just 1 year. And what we see is there's been an accumulation of fungicide resistance, where the proportion of the population that's resistant to fungicides over time. And the other thing that I was interested in is that in the spring, in the overwintering, these winter spores, they are also resistant to the fungicide. So we're seeing carry over that resistance. Sometimes you think that maybe they'll be more wimpy if they had this extra genetic burden, but they survive just very well through the winter. So that means we can take winter samples or late winter, early spring before fungicides are being applied and do some testing to see what kind of resistance is existing in that field before you start applying chemicals. Yeah, so spore germination is a rapid assay. We saw that there's resistance to frac nines, sopranadil, and pyrimethanol, and newer frac sevens. And then the botrytis was, winter botrytis were also fungicide resistant. Okay, this is I will warn you, this is a lot of data coming up. And I'm just gonna go through rapidly with photos, because the details aren't important, I'm just trying to set the stage. So this is a project with Botanic Coral and Shakadar Malatali at WSU in Mount Vernon. And this is fungicide insensitivity in blueberries in Washington State. Again, they also use the spore germination test. And they were kind enough to test samples. I was sending blueberries up from Oregon. And we're looking at various frac groups. So here's a frac 11, azoxystrobin. And we find that for the conventional fields, each bar is a field. We see that some fields had very high, all the isolates were resistant to azoxystrobin, and some fields had low. Even in an organic fields, low management, we found resistance to the frac 11s. So they haven't been touched with that chemical, but there is resistance. And we see a similar pattern here in Washington. The other frac 11 that we used in this is the pyracostrobin, the other material in pristine. And again, we see resistance to that frac 11, even in organic fields. Frac 17, penhexamide. Again, there's a fair amount of not always, but there is still a fair amount of resistance to the frac 17 in conventional fields. In the low management fields where frac 17 wasn't sprayed, we saw nothing was resistant to it. So that's encouraging. Same story in Washington, but there is some resistance showing up even with no application of the frac 17. Boxculate, frac 7. Very high incidence of resistance amongst these fields. These were moderately resistant, not quite as robust, but we saw a lot of resistance with some of the fields. And I've seen this before too, some organic fields you do see resistance to boxculate, even though the frac 7s hadn't been sprayed. Okay, now we have these new frac 7s, isophenamide, which is Kenja. And again, within both Oregon and Washington, we are seeing some resistant isolates to Kenja, which is a new product, relatively new, and it was surprising that there's so much resistance. A lot of it's a little bit moderate, but doesn't grow quite as well as the wild type, but there's a lot of resistance. We're looking for including peroxide, and that's in Luna Tranquility, I believe. And here we're also seeing a lot of resistance to that frac 7. Even though it's really new to the market, say probably 6 years. And then also, oh, this is Luna, I'm sorry, fluopyrin is the Luna frac 7. And here we're seeing a fair amount of resistance. So these are 4 different frac 7s, and we already see a fair amount of resistance. Frac 9, which is often in combination with the frac 7. Again, in some fields, we see a fair amount of resistance to the frac 9s in Oregon blueberries. Not in organic, but in fields that were treated with fungicides, we do see this. And we also, the pyrimethanol, the frac 9 combined in Luna Tranquility. We see a fair amount of tolerance to the pyrimethanol. So companies do sell combinations of fungicides to different frac groups to try to minimize resistance development. We're still seeing botrytis break through. So overall, here we have several frac groups, and we're seeing nearly half of them are resistant to. I mean, with some of our various frac groups, we're seeing a high level of resistance, like half the isolates. So this has me very alarmed and concerned. and trying to figure out what do we do? And I think they're telling me I can't speak anymore, it sounds. Good. Yeah, so this is the work that's been done in Washington and Oregon on blueberry. It was 370 isolates that they looked at through a microscope. And it is alarming, 11% of the isolates were resistant to 4 different frag groups. And to balance that, a quarter of the isolates were sensitive to all frag groups. So we still have sensitivity out there, but the emergence of the resistance is alarming. Okay, so we knew that this was possible because these are all rated as minimum, medium to high risk resistance. And this gene right here, the SDHB, which I'll talk about in a second, is the common mechanism for resistance to Frac7s. So this is not going to be a biochem quiz, but let me just walk you through this. So SDH, succinate dehydrogenase, that is an enzyme in the mitochondria within the cells. That's the powerhouse that produces all the energy, and it's common among all eukaryotes. There's this gene encodes for a protein which has 4 parts to it. So it's SDHD, C, A, and B. So SDH, and this is the SDH fungicides come in and they bind right here. And they effectively, as they bind, they knock out that enzyme. And the enzyme can no longer convert succinate to fumarate in the Krebs cycle. And the fungus can throw. It's this weak, it has no energy, and it dies. So that's how Frac7s work. Now, so it's depending on binding in here. If you get a change, a mutation, like these little yellow ones, fungicide doesn't bind anymore. And the fungus is like, too bad, I'm going for it. Here's a better example of exactly what a genetic mutation looks like. This is for Frac11. And again, these are strobilurins. And again, if it's resistant, it will grow in spite of the presence of strobilurins. If it's sensitive, it won't. Here we have this binding site. And this is the letters, the genetic code for this binding site. And all we have to do is change this 3-letter code from GCT to change that C to a G. And that changes the amino acid at that location. The enzyme still works, but the Frac11s can no longer bind. So you can see 1 letter is the difference between sensitive and resistant. Botrytis is a really fast grower and very sloppy. It doesn't proofread its codes. It doesn't say, oh, I should have put this letter here. If it makes a huge mistake, it will just die. It doesn't care. If it has a resistance, the fungicide's not applied, it doesn't care. But if it is applied, hey, I've got an advantage. So, for example, you get this natural mutation. These are spores of botrytis. Excuse my bad cartoon. And we have a mixture of blue, which is wild type, and one with a little letter change. You spray the yellow fungicide, and the one with the yellow spiny phase is the mutation and survives. And then you get another natural mutation for green fungicide. It's happily growing with its siblings, the yellows and the greens. Spray a green fungicide, that dies. I mean, the yellows die and the green survives. And you can imagine you can just keep on going on and on. Next one will be purple and then red. So these are just natural changes and they'll coexist. And all the fungicide is doing is killing off the sensitives. But the rapid emergence of resistance is alarming. Generally, so now the genetic mutations are a little bit different for the Frac7s. we found that 20% had a change. One letter change, changing the amino acid at this one location. I'm not gonna go into the details, you can ask me if you care, but essentially. This is the resistant phenotype, and this is the mutation that we saw in these 37 isolates. This also is the resistance phenotype. And we saw this mutation. And then we have a tri resistance, the different mutation. And then these two down here used to be the most common mutations in fields up in Washington. Now, and they never saw the top three, but now we have these new ones showing up, so. The implications of this is clearly shown here. I'll just walk you through this. So, these are the various FRAC7 fungicides. This is the type of mutation in a cell, and then what's it gonna be resistant to? So, for example, phospholid. If you have a mutation in any of these points, if you have a mutation in any of these points in the fungus, phospholid's not gonna work, okay? It's gonna be insensitive to just gaining any of these mutations. But these other FRAC7 compounds like Pentelis, Kendra, Luna, Mirabis, Propolis, and Xenium, those other fungicides would still control botrytis, even if it had this mutation. This mutation is similar to this one and has a similar pattern. Some of the botrytis isolates would be resistant, but again, most of them. Sorry, this graph. So some of the fungicides would not work this fungicide would not work on botrytis carrying this mutation, but some of the other fungicides would still kill botrytis. What's alarming is we've seen all of these mutations in botrytis isolates up in Washington State. We presume they're also in Oregon, some of them are. We don't have this one yet. And this one is at a low incidence, but you can see that. Again, that single letter changing the amino acid codes can make botrytis resistant to every FRAC7 that we know of already. So that's why I get scared. Because I feel like we're losing some of the most effective fungicides for botrytis. And it's just based on small changes. So, yeah. The same story we've always said, careful rotation of the fungicides. And just be aware that we are getting cross resistance and we are nervous about the potential lack of efficacy of the most effective fungicide for botrytis. I think that's, yeah, yes. Yeah, so, one other thing. I don't really have the resources, but I'm not asking for any money, but I am trying to develop a new rapid assay for fungicide resistance. It's already been developed and used in other states, but this is a more rapid assay to determine resistance of botrytis to different fungicides. I can test, this is a microtiter dish, and instead of using petri dishes, and having to subculture and all this, the assay is you get spores of the fungus from a berry or from a sclerotia. You transfer them directly into one of these wells. And this would be testing 4 things with six different isolates. I could take 6 fruit samples and test them for 4 different things. One's a control to make sure that fungus grows. And then I can have, say, a fungicide fludeoxonil alone here, phospholid, penhexamid. I could do 3 trays for 6 isolates, and that would allow me to test sensitivity to 11 different fungicides.
single compounds. So if, and I, for labor, that's an issue for us too. I mean, it's hard right now, but I would be willing to come up to some fields or get some samples. I need like 50. I don't know if you have storage on blackberries, but like 50 berries. And I'd incubate them, let the fruit start to get candy on the surface, transfer them to toothpicks to these plates, and then see if they grow. And theoretically, within 4 to 5 days, I would know if we have what kind of resistance profiles we have for that field. So if you're interested in having me visit this summer, hopefully it'd be nice if you could like as you're starting to get early ripening fruit, I want blackberries or raspberries that are ripe, but I don't want to be late in the field. I want to be towards the early side. So anyway,
So the first couple harvests, you're saying, like within, right before first harvest?
Late June,
what's that?
late June.
Yeah, probably late June.
Before we spray fungicides, or,
That'd be fine.
Well, you're gonna be
is it
spraying
okay?
pesticides.
Well, that's bloom
Blue
spray.
off.
Be spraying during bloom. No, this is like right before you start harvesting or,
So after we put our fungicides on,
Yeah.
still,
yeah,
because how would you know if it was? I guess you know if it's resistant.
yeah, it might be resistant to, yeah, stuff overwintering, yeah. So, yeah,
You want some organic?
what's that?
You want some organic?
Yes, and I actually, my own research plot, which is black diamond, blackberry. We haven't sprayed anything except a frac free for rust, so, and that was a couple years ago, so. That's also my no fungicide treatment, but yeah, it's an organic too.
But you were.
Oh, very good.
That's also.
But anyway, I will put my card out. Oh, does anybody have any questions on the presentation? Sorry, it's kind of scattered.
What about the Captan or sulfurics or some of those chemistries, will they take these resistant,
We're gonna look at that more closely as far as if there's extra sensitivity to Captan. Captan is about, 50% effective. Does something. But that's something we're interested in looking at, is do these multi-fungicide resistant isolates, are there some sensitivities to some other types of materials?
Yeah.
So, yeah,
because, Captan and sulfurics are probably two of the cheaper ones that we've tried.
right,
And, years ago, somebody said that there wasn't resistance to Captan.
there's not, per se, yes, it's just not as effective,
As some of these.
it's not as lethal, yeah. Yeah. Yeah,
You're talking about, overwintering on the,
Mhm.
is it worth going through and doing a lime sulfur application for both Friday? What's your thoughts there?
we've
It's
been
not-
thinking about that, and yeah, I don't know, I've been thinking about that, what can we use early season?
yeah,
To get rid of the, certainly. You think that off-season scouting would help? If you see sclerotia on canes,
yeah,
take the cane. But,
and I'm doing it I'm trying it out on 30 acres of blueberries.
mhm,
I was more looking at maybe as a aphid control for
Oh.
the season aphid control.
right,
And then I'm doing it all of our blackberries and the raspberries are getting, a shot of lime sulfur. Hospital now, to knock that.
it might, the challenge is that early stuff is sclerotia, and sclerotia are like tanks,
Yeah,
they're like the fortress. Sometimes when they start producing spores, you can get some stuff in, but
yeah.
I had
But
used to horrible things, and they don't care.
yeah,
Yeah, I've been very nasty to sclerotia, and they're still tough. Okay, great, yeah.
So just thinking about strategizing how, as an industry, manage like resistance with like. Trying to use active ingredients that have multimodal kind of function be better to focus on, or as an industry, not sure that this could ever be coordinated, but like. To say like, let's for 3 years or however long, use only fungicides in these crackers for botrytis control. And alternate it to allow some of that resistance reversion to.
Have on your case.
Like I said, I don't know how you could ever implement that, but you know, just like.
You know, and I realized too that, you know, some people have large, you know, amounts of fungicides left over, they don't buy them every year. So that's the other challenge, but I think rotations, I'd like to look more at actually knowing what the rotations are associated with these fields. So. Yeah,
Virginia?
I'm not a farmer, but yeah, I seem to do the one thing, if you've got several farmers that are close to each other, they almost need to coordinate, and then one's using one, and the other one's using the other, they may not be doing themselves any favors.
that's a challenge, yes, the coordination could be a challenge, theoretically, that'd be awesome. I agree. But sometimes someone might feel like they got the short straw.
Right.
So.
Yeah, Virginia, is there any work being done with like Bacillus subtilis based products or even plant extracts that are out there? Obviously, those are kind of gaining a little bit of popularity, but whether it's standalone or in tank mixes with your conventional products?
So we have submitted a proposal to look at that. To look at non-conventional fungicides and see if these multi-resistant botrytis isolates are more sensitive to some of those products than compared to sensitive. You know, I don't mind having sensitive botrytis growing out there. I don't necessarily want to kill the sensitive ones because they can exclude all the resistant ones. It's the resistant ones, so I'm just seeing if there's some way we can target resistance or just have something that completely kills. With some, and the challenge with some of that though is the products don't have long residual life on the plant surface. Yeah, like oxidate, I mean, great cleanup, but then you're leaving an open kitchen.
And always the worst ones come back first, I swear.
The worst ones. Yeah, maybe. Anyway, I have cards here, so you can take one of my cards, and I do have my cell phone number on there, so you can just text me if you're interested in. Okay.
Thank you, Christina.
Just told you, give it with. Oh, wait.
You'll get back. Yeah, sun is good, but it all goes the tries. On next, we have like a little field technician party in here. Jeanette, Kraken used to work with us several years ago. And Josh did as well, so anyway, the party's here. Her and Fulton Bond will be talking about aerial licensing requirements and label interpretation for drone applications. So Cisco, it should just go back and forth. It should go back and forth as long as so try. There we go.
Okay, so my name is Jeanette Fontaine. I'm with the Oregon Department of Agriculture and here with me today, Colton Bond. Also with ODA. He is working with licensing, certification, and training. He's very knowledgeable of everything licensing, certification, and training. I'm a pesticide registration specialist. I mostly review product labels for compliance with state and federal rules. But I have a few other tasks which include issuing or reviewing experimental use permits for pesticide use and working on emergency exemptions for pesticide use. Who knows, maybe you'll need one for a fungicide thing. Okay, we're gonna talk to you guys about aerial licensing and label interpretation with a eye on the UAV application in particular. So, as an overview, we're gonna talk about licensing first, and then we're going for interpreting labels for use with UAVs. And then we'll go over a few actual labels. for how they potentially be used, UAVs or not. And then kind of look into what future and current considerations we have. Okay, cool, that's cool.
All right, thank you very much, Jeanette, and thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I want to mention real quick that when I was growing up in high school, I used to work at Caneberry, so just want to give a shout out there. And I also want to kind of mention at the beginning of this presentation that the UAVs with regards to pesticides is sort of like the Wild West. It's not new, but it's still Wild Westy, and so just keep that in mind as we're going through this, because there are a lot of places where, from the regulatory side, it's sort of like a square peg in a round hole a little bit, but we're kind of trying to make things work. Because there's a lot of potential benefits to using UAVs in terms of getting closer to the site of application, being able to reach areas that maybe would be otherwise pretty labor intensive, things of that nature. And so there's a lot of potential benefits, but the system has not been set up for UAVs in a real way. So we'll touch on that several times in this presentation. So before we talk about licensing, I wanted to kind of talk a little bit about terms and also the FAA side of things. And so mostly this is just because if I trip up and say the wrong acronym or the wrong word, that you know that I'm talking about essentially the same thing. And so UAV, unmanned aerial vehicle, is the term that we're going to try to use today. The term that I often use is UAS, unmanned aircraft systems. This is an FAA definition, and it means both the aircraft and all the stuff that you're using to operate the aircraft. And then there's also small unmanned aircraft, which are aircraft that are below 55 pounds. And so that's an important kind of delineation there in terms of FAA requirements, but actually ODA requirements as well. So I just wanted to kind of mention that. So if I trip up and say UAS, I really mean the same thing as UAV or drone, same kind of terms. And then also on the FAA side, what makes this complex is just that everything is layered. There's an FAA series of regulations and associated exemptions. And then there's the ODA licensing piece of this. If you've been doing work with UAVs, and maybe you've been doing photos and you've been scouting and that kind of thing, then you're probably pretty familiar with the FAA side more intimately than I am. But if you've done pesticide applications, there's some additional layers here on the FAA side as well. And so for drones or UAVs under 55 pounds, you're able to get a revoked pilot certificate with a small UAS rating under their regulations part 107. And so sometimes people will call this a part 107 pilot certificate. That's a pretty common term. And in their regulations, they have a series of operating parameters. You can't fly over people, you can't fly at night, you have to have line of sight with the drone. There's a whole list of things, except if you get a specific FAA exemption. So I'll mention that here in a little bit. But just know that the FAA themselves have set up these kind of parameters in advance. And then if you're doing more than that and you want to maybe apply pesticides or fertilizers or even water, I've been told, then to dispense an economic poison is the term that is used on the FAA side. Then you need to have an agricultural aircraft operator certificate for the company that you're working for. And so that allows you to then, do that spray or emit that, let those granules out over an area. We have a lot of folks that do aquatic applications of granular products in vector mosquito control, for example. So that's an example. It's not always spraying. And then you can get exemptions to things. So exemptions to some of those parameters that I mentioned before, but also an exemption to have a drone that weighs over 55 pounds. And we're seeing a lot of those that are available today. And so just know that in advance, you're going to have to get a specific exemption from FAA to even operate that aircraft, whether you're doing pesticides or not. And that plays into some of our state requirements because of the way that it's described. I want to mention here that in Oregon, it is prohibited to apply any pesticide. So even if you were normally in a situation where it's your own property, it's general use, you wouldn't technically need a license under those cases. You add the kind of aerial component to things, all of a sudden licensing becomes required. And so that might kind of throw people off a little bit. And that includes for aerial, that includes, fixed wing, helicopter, but also UAVs. And they're all components of that. It does not include, obviously, if you're not, applying a pesticide, if it's a fertilizer, if you're just doing, maybe photography work, et cetera, like it doesn't apply to those situations, obviously, so it is limited there. And then in terms of the requirements to actually go through the process of obtaining this license, you do need to already have a private applicator license or a commercial, public, or non-commercial applicator license in advance, to be able to qualify to apply. There's a special exam, an aerial exam that's associated with this. We have books that are study material for that exam right here. It's also available online. You can kind of scroll through it on a PDF reader, but if you want to have something in your hands for free, it's here. Also, you need to have the appropriate FAA pilot certificate for the type of aircraft that you'll be flying to apply pesticides. And when our legislature adopted this provision in law, so this isn't a regulation that we decided, this is what the legislature decided, they wrote commercial pilot certificate. Because at the time, pesticide applications by UAV wasn't a thing. So they didn't have that on their radar at all. And so this was back in 2015 or so. And so lo and behold, a few years later, now we've got these new kinds of aircraft that people are interested in. The conversations for Oregon started around 2018 when we first licensed our first UAV applicator. Anyway, we've interpreted with consultation with FAA that the correct commercial pilot certificate for UAVs, if for drones under 55 pounds, the remote pilot certificate with a small US rating. And there's no pilot medical certificate that's required for that under the Part 107 requirements that FAA has. And then if you're going over 55 pounds, it generally depends on the exemption document that FAA is going to give you. So they're going to give you an exemption document that says, yes, you can do this, but you have to do X, Y, Z. And so there's some requirements tethered to that, sort of like a pesticide label. It's very similar in that way. But often there's becoming more and more standardization of how they approach that. We've noticed over the past couple of years. And so in general, what you're needing is, again, a remote pilot certificate with a small UAS rating with that exemption. But then also the pilot typically needs a third-class medical certificate to make that pilot certificate valid. So they're kind of complements together. So there's that. And then sort of the last requirement that I'll mention here to obtain this license is in Oregon. This is unique to Oregon. I think California has this, but otherwise nationally, this is not a very common requirement. But you have to have 50 hours of experience on flights for the purpose of pesticide application. You can't apply pesticides and you attempt to gain this experience with the aircraft, right? So it feels like a catch-22 a little bit. But what you can do is you can apply water, fertilizer, things of that nature. Obviously, please get the appropriate FAA, exemptions and credentials that are required. But then you can do that as you gain that experience towards those 50 hours. It's also the case that sometimes people have experience out of state, maybe making applications. It doesn't have to be a UAV, it could be you have, helicopter experience or something. So if you happen to have that, or somebody that's working towards this has that, then they can often count those hours. The important thing here though, because we've had people that have done this and then submitted it to us and it's right there on paper. You can't apply pesticides without the aerial applicator license, even if you're trying to get the aerial applicator license. So I just want to make that really clear. And I have some other links up here that go to documents that describe more in detail what that obtaining that experience looks like. But it needs to be a flight in which you're applying something. And then the flight back to when you're going to land. Oh yeah, go for it.
Maybe this is a dumb question, but does that 55 pounds include the water? If
Yes.
Spraying? Okay.
Yeah, it includes the things in the tank too, so. Yeah, that's FAA's kind of side, that's their definition of these things, and obviously, when you create a UAV and it's got a certain tank size, you can sort of estimate what that might look like when it's full, right? So I think that's kind of what they're looking at. So in terms of actually gaining the experience, there's different ways of approaching this. You often looks like one of these two, where you've got a licensed private applicator, for example, or it could be a commercial applicator. They've got their UAV, maybe they've loaded it with water, something that's not a pesticide, maybe it's fertilizer. And then they're going in and basically piloting the aircraft under load, dispensing the pesticide and then flying it back. And we're counting that time in service. It's the FAA term for when it lifts off the ground until it touches back to the ground. And for UAVs, unlike with helicopters and fixed wing aircraft, you know, the flights aren't very long, and so for a lot of folks, they feel that this is kind of a laborious process. Because we're looking at, you know, typically between 12 and 20 minutes for flight time, depending on how much load you have. So you can imagine that it's just a little bit more tedious for the person that's trying to do this versus having a 2-hour flight. And so I want to acknowledge that. And then the other situation that folks will sometimes find themselves in is they wanna learn from somebody that's already doing it, right? And so maybe you already know somebody who is a licensed aerial applicator, they're gonna go make an application anyway. And they could have pesticides, they're licensed as such, they're the pilot, they're the one manipulating the controls, but you're gonna stand next to them. You're gonna be able to focus, you know, other tasks, you're gonna focus on them. And they're gonna show you and instruct you on what they're doing, things they're considering, how they're addressing that flight. And then you can count those hours as well. And, you know, to be honest, that method might be more informative, or some combination thereof might be more informative to actually talk with somebody that has done this. But technically, according to the law, you can go out there with your own UAV and your own property. You've got maybe water and you're just kind of going around a little bit, right? It can be done that way too. But maybe not quite as helpful. So with that, we'll maybe save questions for the end, but that's kind of the end of the licensing segment. And this is normally like maybe a 30-minute conversation that I have with folks. So if you are interested in kind of pursuing this, I'm more than happy to have additional conversations with you and kind of consult as you move through this process, so there's no stumbling blocks. So thank you.
We did get to mention there's gonna be a test on all that at the end. Yeah, wrote it down. Okay. I think this is probably.
70% or better.
Right, you still won't get an applicator license, so that's okay. I think this section of the presentation is a little bit easier, a little more digestible. Just because there's fewer requirements coming up, and there's no FAA. There's an EPA, so there's that. So I'm gonna talk about first ODA's label guidance, their interpretation guidance for applying pesticides with UAVs. And then we're gonna go through a few examples and then kind of bring that together and talk about some current and future issues. ODA's guidance is based on EPA's interim policy. We totally recognize there's plenty of uncertainties and the use of risk associated with UAV pesticide application. There's just not a whole lot of data out there on like drift or exposure when using UAVs. First and foremost, we do want handlers to be safe when they're flying with UAVs. And we do actually want you to use the latest technology and take advantage of that. So ODA's interpretive guidance. It has 3 conditions. The first condition is kind of obvious. It must not prohibit, the label must not prohibit aerial application. That will often appear as a statement of do not apply to products through air. That's pretty simple, but it can also show up as like a type of application limitations that do not apply, or apply only by ground, or apply only through certain type of equipment like fumigation or less layer sprayers. The second condition is the label must not limit aerial application to certain types of that are inconsistent with UAV. Statements that we see sometimes on labels will say helicopter only. In this case, the UAV cannot be used. A UAV is not a helicopter. A helicopter is a particular type of aircraft that's defined by the FAA. I think Colton knows more about that than I do. But a UAV is not a helicopter. Fixed wing only may apply by UAV if your UAV is fixed wing. I don't think that's very common, but there can be some UAVs out there that are fixed wing. And then statements like do not apply or do not use fixed wing aircraft. UAV could be used if it were not fixed wing. And then there's nothing else on the label that limits that application type. The third condition is one that all applicators should know. You must adhere to all label precautions, restrictions, and directions. So anything dealing with PPE, drift requirements, equipment, application rates, spray volumes, all of that has to be followed. The label is the law, and you need to follow the label directions for the product that you're using. The actual label is fixed to the container of the product that you're using. Today, we're gonna talk about a few products. We'll start with Mustang Max, and then we'll switch to Swig and Christine, which are fungicides. I have some caveats and disclaimers. The labels we're talking about, we looked at in regards to some of Caneberries because Caneberry workshop. We're not looking at all of the restrictions and directions, we're just looking at the items that might be particular to aerial applications. The interpretation that we're talking about only applies the labels that are up on the screen. That is because we're using the most recent versions that the FDA has reviewed and accepted. The product containers you have might have older versions of the label, and the language might have to be a little different. But at the end of the day, you need to follow the label that you have on hand that's affixed to the container. Mustang Max. Up here in the corner, I put up the product name, so you kind of keep track of where we are. So we want to consider the first two conditions. Is aerial application prohibited, or are there any aircraft limitations? On this label, going through, sometimes you have to go through like the whole product label to find some restrictions. Usually they're in product use restrictions, sometimes they're in like an application instruction section. I didn't find anything for the general aerial prohibition. In the Crawford table itself, it does say you can apply by ground or air, so that's very helpful. And then I did not find any instructions limiting aircraft type. So the first two conditions are satisfied. The rest of the following slides are going to be looking at that third condition. So you need to look at PPE. Can you follow PPE while you're doing your application? We understand that UAVs are a little bit different because you're dealing with a different set of controls, you're not with your equipment. In this case, Mustang Max says that handlers and other obviously other tasks must wear. There is a statement here that says may be exposed. It's a little different than most pesticide labels, which usually just say handlers must wear. I'm gonna tell you now, ODA considers all handlers to be exposed, so you do have to wear that equipment. And this will also apply to any flagging or line of sight tests that you have. Looking at the engineering controls, again, UAVs are different because you're not actually with your equipment. So you might be able to use a closed system and modify your PPE according to the WPS. We did have a question of whether or not you might be able to pull up in a closed cab. That's very equipment specific, and that's something we'd have to evaluate on a case by case basis. We were kind of playing around with this and we're wondering if I took my controls and sat in my car, is that enclosed cab? No, probably not. We'll caveat it probably. Enclosed cab has a particular definition in the WPS. I'm not gonna recite any of that here, but it probably doesn't meet that definition. Sorry. You can look at additional buffer requirements. For Mustang Max, there are some additional buffer requirements for water bodies. This is just for any aerial application, not just for UAVs. Common statements and the drift management requirements. You'll often see like a boom length related to wind speed requirement, but those phrases are often including like a 4 fixed wing aircraft or 4 helicopters. Again, helicopters are not UAVs, so if the statement says 4 helicopter, that would not apply to a UAV application. And then the 4 fixed wing aircraft would apply to a UAV application if your aircraft is fixed wing. I went and pulled a statement around boom length from another label. This is from Entrust. It's a little more generally worded. So this one says like 75% of wing or 85% of rotor span. It doesn't say for helicopter or for fixed wing. So this might apply to your UAV depending on what kind of setup you have. This would have to be evaluated on a case by case basis if you need help interpreting this. We also recognize that a lot of drones don't have like a typical boom. Or like a typical rotor span, so these are kind of some unique situations we might have to look at in more detail. More on spray. You would have to follow all other requirements in the drift management section, so release height, swath displacements, wind speed. Mustang Max didn't have anything very specific for nozzle or pressure requirements, but there are some labels that very much tell you you have to have a certain angle for the nozzle or like flow for the pesticide out of the craft. If that is on your label, you do have to follow it. So I just told you some statements don't apply or might not apply to your UAV. At the end of the day, the applicator is still responsible for avoiding off-site spray drift. I think this is on most labels, regardless of whether or not they have aerial. As the applicator, you are responsible for drift. So even if you're like, okay, I don't have to follow this for helicopter, still have drift. So I think this is kind of a bigger issue. Can I make the application at the minimum spray value? Mustang Max has 2 gallons per acre by air, so that's actually pretty low. I think it's pretty doable. And then you also have to follow application rates, obviously. A lot of labels these days that we see have like an application spray volume of 2 to 10 as a minimum. I think that's probably a little more doable these days for UAV applications. But even looking for product labels for this presentation, I found one, it was from Malathion, it was 100 gallons per acre and it could be applied by air. At the end of the day, if you cannot apply 100 gallons per acre with your drone, that's it, you can't use that label or you can't use that equipment. So can I apply Mustang Max by UAV? No aerial prohibition, no limitation on aircraft type. And presuming you can actually follow all of the precautions, restrictions, etc. Yes, as long as you're appropriately licensed with all the wonderful licensing. Okay, so I'm gonna switch up there. Switch to 2.5 WG. Going through the label, I did not find an aerial prohibition. The crop group itself says you can fly by air, so that's great. However, there's a wonderful statement that appears twice. Once in the engineer controls and then again in the product use restrictions. Aerial applicators must be in enclosed cockpits. This statement effectively limits the type of aircraft that can be used. So we had a question, we were considering, if you take your controls and you sit in your car with your controls, are you in an enclosed cockpit? No, you're still not in an enclosed anything. For one, your car probably isn't going to meet an enclosed standard. For two, the definition of enclosed cockpit, we found it in the WPF interpretive guidance. It has a particular definition with like closed canopy, closed windows, closed doors, but it's in an aircraft. So you literally have to be in an aircraft. So if anybody has like spare helicopters they brought, you want to plant on the field into your application, like, you know, that's something we could value.
So you could take like a tractor cab that, I mean, and use that, even though it may have all the protective equipment, because
Not a cockpit.
it's not a cockpit.
It's not a cockpit, you have to be in an aircraft.
Or make yourself a capsule, it doesn't, because it's not a cockpit, because
So
you have a capsule that you're sitting.
That's something you can evaluate in case by case basis. But the WPS standard, is in the enclosed, whatever, I think enclosed tab I'll reference here, but. It has to be like built and maintained in a certain way to meet the standard of that flows. So like your car is probably not gonna meet that standard, and I think the manufacturer has to say that it's built for that, so, yeah.
But it's also for drone application, it's kind of an antiquated requirement.
These labels are made for traditional aircraft, that's why we find these statements.
Yeah.
So that's kind of just where we're at, and we totally acknowledge we're gonna find these little statements, if you're like, the label's otherwise fine, but this stops you. Unless you have like a helicopter you wanna sit in, I don't know.
So say, Why do they need to specify that for an area, for like a standard aircraft though, like where else is somebody gonna be?
I don't know, but they put it in twice, so there's gotta be some sort of exposure.
Don't do some folder or something.
But there are open cockpits. So that actually does appear in WPS as well, open cockpit. So it's probably specifying, so you're not sitting in an open cockpit, I suppose. Yeah, that's my guess.
So say an applicator does make an application like this, what is the ODA's enforcement on? Because a lot of this language is really ambiguous, and I can see where applicators might make a lot of mistakes at this starting.
So
So ODA's enforcement reflect on that.
we're not making enforcement. So I don't really know what the process there is, I'm sorry.
So I will say that, you know, from the standpoint of being helpful, you're right, the statements aren't very clear, you can imagine wearing gloves, and that's actually kind of a safety impediment. Because you can no longer manipulate the controls as effectively, right? So there are things here that clearly in some cases either are hard or don't make sense, and that's recognized, it's Wild Westy. But in terms of identifying which products you can use and how to appropriately use them, I think that if someone were to had a question, wanted to reach out and consult with us, we would be happy to review those labels in advance. And then talk about kind of those things that kind of pop up like this. And have this conversation one-on-one with somebody so that they felt more confident that they were doing it the right way and they wouldn't have an inspector come out and say, nope. Because a lot of these are judgment calls and we're relying mostly on EPA guidance. And that guidance has traditionally been follow the label. And so it hasn't been super detailed, if you will. And so we're trying our best to take a reasonable approach towards interpreting these things, but it is helpful to be on the same page. And different people could come to different conclusions depending on their background, right?
Just
So,
double that, is it reasonable to enforce a enclosed cockpit?
so I mean, the definition for enclosed cockpit is in the worker protection standard regulations that our team is part of the team that would have that. And so we have to look at those definitions and then utilize them as they are. Not as we think they probably should be, in the context of UAVs. And at some point, maybe hopefully they'll update some of those things. But I think maybe one of the limitations thus far has been data. You know, they have to analyze the risks related to the data, and there really isn't data currently, for a lot of this, so. Hence, no updating, at least not yet, so.
Yeah, I'm gonna talk about that a little bit at the end of why maybe there's not updated labels kind of reflecting some of these things, yeah. Look at there. So can you apply switch? No, general prohibition. You are limited by the aircraft type unless you potentially can sit just in a spare helicopter. I don't know if we have one of those, but it's fine. So you would not be able to follow very likely all of the restrictions because it has one little restriction on it. So no, sorry. I have a different fungicide though, for seeing, which might not be useful anymore, who knows, right?
Thanks for calling this right.
There was not a general aerial prohibition on the label, it actually just says outright, all crops listed on the label, aerial applications can be made, so that's great. And going through the label, there was no limitations on aircraft type. So first two conditions, done. For the third condition, like following all directions, this was pretty similar to Mustang Max we went over, and this language is pretty typical for labels that have aerial directions for use. So I didn't like put everything back on, we only have 30 minutes. But you need to follow that PPE. You can look at whether or not you can do some PPE modifications with engineering controls. So anything with like release height, droplet size. This product had a minimum spray volume of 5 gallons per acre, so a little bit higher, but probably more possible with the drones that are out there now. And then there was some more explaining statements, which may or may not apply depending on your craft. So can you apply? It does not have an aerial prohibition. There's no limitation on aircraft type. And presuming you can follow all the other directions for cost and restrictions on the label, then yes, again, correct licensing, you could apply with the UAV. So, as we saw already, label interpretation is not always straightforward. We do a little bit of devil's advocate, looking at language to see how it might be interpreted. We have to go sometimes looking for definitions to find out if EPA is actually given particular definitions for some items. If you need help, ask us. We know that there's gonna be a lot of like equipment differences going on. So if you wanna know if your equipment might meet certain statements, there is a label. You can always contact us. We'll ask you for the label that you're using or the product that you're using. We'll look at those statements and see how those can be interpreted. I'm gonna put a plug in for Oregon OSHA. They do free consultations. Amongst other things, they will look at worker safety issues and they'll also look at PPE. So you might be able to figure out if some of your PPE setup will meet certain. And they're pretty confidential. I said that, I'll say it again. Current and future issues, ODA's guidance is based on EPA, their interim policy, and that's kind of everything we have to work with right now. It's very similar to Washington, and Idaho does not have a particular policy that we know of. Idaho and states are wrestling with some of the issues that you guys are as well. We are kind of learning to understand issues. This is very quickly evolving technology. There's new crap out there all the time. There's also more and more research coming out with efficacy or safety or drift. So there's a consideration that guidance might change in the future, depending on what kind of information we have to work with. And certainly the EPA changes for guidance. ODA is working on outreach materials for area licensing. And there are more and more good publications, especially from like university extension, that assess UAV applications. So give it a fun Google search, you can find some good documents out now for UAVs. Talking about like the pitfalls, challenges, or some of the opportunities you can gain with the application. Future of label language. We don't know for sure. EPA hasn't put much anything out as far as what might be required for UAV specific language to appear on labels. So in order for pesticide manufacturers to get language on a label, it has to be passed to the EPA and be approved on the EPA master label, which means the manufacturer has to know EPA will accept or require for that language. I don't think there's any information out there for what UAV language would be acceptable or what kind of data they might require. So we do not know where this is going to go yet. Possibly in the short term, language might just be tweaked a little bit to make it a little more UAV friendly, but ultimately we don't know. Wait, anything to add?
Yeah, you know, in the same way that I think that, you know, many pesticide users might kind of struggle with some of the language in the context of UAVs. For the state regulators, it's kind of the same way, so we're kind of in the same boat together. And so if we work together and come on the same page, then I think that it won't be an impediment for the work that you'd like to do. And so that's really kind of the key message here, is just that this is a struggle, but let's work together. And if you're interested in making these kind of applications, we're willing to work with you, help you interpret labels, walk you through the licensing process, et cetera. So.
Yeah, I just had a quick question, easy question, I'm sure. So we talk about maximum residue levels and decline curves. Do you think that's going to differ at all with the UPA's applications when they're just putting on 5 gallons or per acre? I'm just thinking about residues, residues are important for protection of crop, and then it's also a challenge. Make sure your residues aren't too high, so your crop is.
Yeah, because you'd be using a higher concentration at that point.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know in particular how that would pan out, but presumably the label has allowed it. there will be some data backing that up, that at a higher concentration, you'll still have your residues. Like break down or something before you then harvest.
The fact though that a lot of these UAVs have multi-rotors and you might have different kinds of wind vortices that are happening, right? Could result in differences in deposition. I think you're right on the money, and I think that's why, I mean, you still can't go over tolerance, period, right? But it does mean though, that we don't have data on how to make sure that happens. Right, and so that would be part of the data set DP would require. To make sure that it's consistent, and we don't have that data, so if anybody wants to generate that data, that would be amazing.
I can't remember who did that, but there was a huge investment getting that space IR4. Supported that work where they were applying multiple pesticides or other compounds.
It very well could be, yeah, an IR4 thing for sure.
And it
Very helpful.
the labs, chemical labs, specific chemicals up on the forge to do all the analysis. Quantification.
Yeah.
That would be very interesting to see how different that would be. This is how the uncertainty and risk part is like, we don't 100% know what's gonna happen with the UAV application versus traditional aircraft, so. Like, hopefully it's not drastically different, but.
It's just.
We're not sure yet.
Involve everything.
Yeah. Love question.
You have a finger in the wind about what FAA is doing about the pilot requirement, because it's, you have to, as I understand it, you're doing the whole ground test for a regular pilot's license. You have to, I mean, to get the FAA for the aerial drone, for a drone applicator. You haven't heard anything in the wind that they may be looking to modify that, or that may take a rule change by Congress or something?
That requirement has been going on for more than 10 years, so.
Yeah.
I
didn't know if anybody had heard, if you guys, it's a finger in the air, it's just. You may not have, if you've ever heard anything, anybody talking about that they may, or somebody's pushing FAA to change that requirement, because that's a fair benefit. A lot of work they get that license, yeah.
Yeah, I can speak to that a little bit. I know a couple of years ago, the US Congress passed legislation. They created a new section. I think it's called 44807. I think is the specific section in the law that they passed, and that allows the FAA administrator to take a more risk-based approach to their processes for exemptions and things of that nature. And so there has been broadly a streamlining of certain things, not everything. So if, for example, if you have a Part 61 commercial pilot certificate, you've been flying a helicopter, there's a much quicker pathway to get the Part 107 certificate. The Part 107 certificate can be obtained independently. And then, which is the pilot certificate, and then for the operation, that Part 137, the agricultural aircraft operator certificate, has been combined in many cases with some of the exemptions for weight. And so it's kind of one thing, and they've standardized it a lot more than it used to be. It used to be case by case. Now they say, well, we've seen enough of these are low risk. They even have the policy documents that specify that. So here's what we're gonna do in these situations, unless you're doing like at nighttime or something like that, right? Which is novel, because they've seen these cases. So there has been a street, but it still is, I think there's still movement, right? So
Okay, so there is within FAA that they could do it, but it's a matter of, are they wanting to do it? Yeah.
And they might be waiting for additional data points, right, to assess, because at some point you can imagine remotely piloting a craft without line of sight, kind of military style, right? Or operating multiples. We actually, one of the first people we licensed had an exemption for multiples, and they would juggle them out into the field. They could do up to 5 per their exemption. So there's all kinds of really interesting novel things that we could be looking at in the future. And I apologize, I think we've gone over by quite a bit, so my apologies.
I just wanted to make sure you guys actually had time to finish your presentation, so.
We just put some resources, it's fine.
See, this was definitely an interesting topic.
I know you have to do a lot of digging and determining what your car could do, your car cab could do for you.
This is the first time we've done a presentation like chat, so
Okay.
this was a good exercise.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Wait.
I am next. We're actually not gonna have break, we're gonna skip right through break. And finish up on time or possibly early. Okay, so I'm going to be talking about federal agency changes and updates on that. Odd to see me here, the thought was to have. The thought was to have someone from the Farm Service Agency, someone from the NRCS, and then someone from ARS come up and have a panel. But there's a lot of changes and a lot of interpretations happening, and they're really short-staffed and their resources are really thin. And also, in many cases, they can't talk about ongoing changes. So I kind of packaged some of the changes as I know of them into this, and we'll go from there. So, and it's happening like this, these are ongoing things. So I guess one other thing about this, you know, we're well aware that the new administration was planning on having changes happening, cuts, what have you. So that's not new information. It's just more along the lines of starting to see what is coming down the pipeline with it. So terminations, there were 4 cause terminations that were handed out to probationary employees throughout most of the USDA agencies. I think actually all, and that includes anyone within that works and employed in at the federal government level. And that's particularly for individuals that were probationary, had a probationary status, so they either just started their job within the last up to 3 years, or they had a new position with the federal government, and that was under 3 years of them being in that position. And total number of individuals that face this reality are kind of all dependent on, you know, the agency, the regional office. There's, you know, at this point, there's several offices, you know, at the NRCS level that have 1 individual left there. You know, in many cases, this trickles down to just a lot of staff. One update on that, I have 2 updates on it. One is that there are a group of growers, so with, for example, the Northwest Center for Small Fruit Research, they have kind of a separate group of growers that advocate for research and positions to actually have research needs completed. And so oftentimes that's new positions, new scientists that need to be in place. And so for years, it could be several years, sometimes a decade or more, that they'll advocate for new positions to be able to get the work done that's needed. And so there were 2 of those just in the last 5 months, that the blueberry strawberry breeder and then the precision ag engineer, that those were positions that they finally just gotten somebody in place, but they were new, so they were terminated. And they've actually since we don't know exactly how it all was reinstated, but those 2 positions last week were reinstated. with a lot of effort from individual growers, advocating towards, the need on it, but again, I have no idea why they were the chosen few. But that's a good step in that direction. And then option 2 is yesterday, the Merit Systems Protection Board found reasonable grounds that they're gonna be spending some more time with the terminations as they are believing that they were unlawfully done. And so that includes a reinstatement, a 45 days, so a temporary reinstatement, while further investigations happen of around 6,000 Department of Ag folks. So does that mean that these individuals are actually gonna go back to their jobs? We don't know. Does that mean, that the budget next week that's set to be in place changes the game? We don't know. But at this moment, this is the status, and this is yesterday. I mean, I was like ready to shut this slideshow down and everything was done, and then I saw this information and updated it. So everything's continues to be in limbo and trying to interpret what the changes are. Another bit to keep in mind is there's a federal freeze in hiring, so that includes any seasonal support that would be hired for this upcoming season. So any labs or any scientists that do seasonal work in order to collect the data for the research that they have, that will limit them because that means that their seasonal support can't be hired. Any type of peak season or peak events, if there's a disaster that happens, or any other kind of like loan processing times, for example, from an FSA perspective, or even kind of getting through contract deadlines for NRCS, they often will bring in temporary staff to help move the processing of certain needs in a timely manner. So that is frozen right now. And then any current open position that was either at any point of the process of hiring that is on hold as well. So then when we think about program changes, I mean, you guys were listening a little bit to some allusion of that earlier today. But it really all is dependent on the agency and the location. So for example, the Inflation Reduction Act that was a set of funds that could supplement a lot of the NRCS programs, that is not available anymore for new or contracts that haven't already been had funds obligated or in use. So that's one example of change. And it's not unusual at this time of year, while we're waiting for the federal budget to be determined, of having us not know what'll happen with new agreements, new research projects that have been reviewed and are waiting for awards, new anything that's related to money. But at the same time too, again, we are in an administration where, we're well aware that there could be additional cuts. So just something to keep in mind that might be a little bit different than previous years. So what does that mean? From a grower or stakeholder industry perspective, you guys are good at doing more with less. No doubt about that. I think there will be a need to dig deeper with that in mind. A need for planning ahead on actually, thinking more than just what you would typically do for, processing times. You need to kind of be thinking a little bit more along the lines of that, communicating with local agencies more often to include them in those advanced plans, and then just advocating for your own needs. You guys have the voice that you're the boots in the field, and so, that's a piece of the puzzle. So I guess just be prepared to be in good communication with your local offices. If it's your local loan office, to be able to be in touch with them. Know that any of the programs, the loan, the disaster assistance, the NRCS programs that are still available, any research priority needs that you really want to push to move up in priority and actually be able to execute and have some answers on, just know that it's going to be extremely slow going. So what you think is going to be slow is going to be just slower. I mean, just assume that that's the case across the board. So plan on slower response times as well, and be patient with delays. I mean, we're this is what we're facing. So hopefully we're all able to handle this gracefully. And then assume that transparency because there are a lot of changes that are happening and they're needing to be interpreted, and it's, dependent on a specific agency, sometimes a specific office, that it takes time to interpret all of that. So be patient, and also understand that, more often than not right now, that a lot of those ongoing changes can't really be openly talked about. So the federal employees are not trying to be purposely obtuse when they're speaking to you. If you're reaching out to them, they simply just can't talk about it. And at the end of the day, again, if this is something that you are seeing impact for your own operation, or you see that in the future, that you can advocate your needs to a higher level as needed. Bringing it back to Caneberry specifically, every year there is a group of growers, and each of them represent different commissions or boards in the Pacific Northwest for berry crops. They all go to Washington, DC once a year. They're headed there on Monday. And so they are, they have requested basically impact summaries from each of the groups so that they can be able to bring something to the table when they go to Washington, DC. So ORBC had talked about, that nearly every commercial grown blackberry variety in Oregon was developed by the ORUS Cooperative Breeding Program. Caneberry was the pillar of the original Oregon production. And how putting some numbers to this. So knowing that the ORUS varieties that have been released represent 83% of the total blackberries produced in the state and generated over $268 million in revenue. And that's just in the last 10 years. So, and then of course, thinking about any of the projects, we had some Northwest Center for Small Fruit Research projects that were talked about, research that was talked about today alone. But thinking about how the industry has invested in that, whether it be in-kind kind of collaborative efforts or actual funding that ORBC has put towards leveraging their smaller quantity of funds with the federal dollars from the Northwest Center for Small Fruit Research to jointly fund some of these projects that are happening. That's direct grower dollars right there that are at risk at the moment as well. So showing impact in that way is kind of what part of this is. So yeah, so I guess if you want more information, we have been updating people through the Small Fruit Update, which is the newsletter that we have. But again, I feel like every day something changes, and hopefully I guess if you guys, would like to provide some individual feedback, it can be anonymous. And that is what the form on your right is. And it allows us to kind of collate real impact and, especially at the grower, the stakeholder level, because that tends to be the greatest voice of advocating for your own needs. But anyway, I just wanted to make mention of all those things. And yeah, I can try and answer questions, but. Cool. Thank you. So we are going to have, Justin, if we could load your slides up. If you guys need to have a break, you can, but I was just thinking, we have 20 minutes left. It might be easier if we just went through this. I'm gonna let you.
Does anybody want a copy of any of the outreach that we brought with us? We have the aerial applicator manual. It's normally you pay for a printed copy, and so here it's free if you'd like.
I'll take it.
Yeah, okay. I mean, free stuff, right? So.
Why not? Share that screen. Yeah. So just.
And since we're like well past the pesticide credit limit at this point, with good discussion, we're going to be circulating the pesticide credit sheets quietly through the group of you guys, so.
I do.
Just our newsletter we publish from time to time, so.
Do you guys just email it? I mean, I have a pesticide license.
We generally email it when someone says that they would like us.
Or if
We email it.
That's not bad, it's fine. Yeah, this is ODA and no.
Maybe the email that we have on file is correct.
You don't mind.
So we're gonna have a slide, you guys can, write down.
I'll be email trained. If you were to reach out and work, I can jot down some information and reach out to you.
We were. I found it all.
Really? Okay.
So last presentation, which we're gonna have right now, is called Managing Roast Stem Griller, an unpredicted pest of the Pacific Northwest Caneberry. And Justin Ogier with WSU in Vancouver is gonna be presenting.
So I'm gonna stand over here so I can point at things rather than trying to turn either way. All right, so yeah, I'm with WSU Extension in Vancouver, based in Vancouver, regional ag specialist, but a bunch of people have contributed to what became this information on roast stem girdler. It's an unpredictable pest of caneberry, caneberries. Yeah, got it. All right, so roast stem girdler, it is a crested family metallic wood-boring beetle. And the larvae are candy eaters, and what that does is they have a girdling effect on the host plant. And in this case, that's rose family brambles and rubus family brambles. So it's been a pest of caneberries and ornamental roses as well in the nursery industry. It's a long-standing caneberry pest and rose pest in Eurasia. It was introduced to the eastern US in 1913. And most of the in-depth information we have on this comes from a series of studies they did in Utah following an outbreak in raspberry that they had there. It was confirmed in Idaho by the 1970s and reached the Northwest by 1994. It was confirmed in Washington by 2014 And now we're able to find, I found it as far south as Lane County and as far north as Whatcom County, Washington. So all up and down the I-5 corridor, through the Willamette, up through the Puget Sound Basin. And reports are just increasing, they're just always increasing. South of the Willamette Valley, throughout the Willamette Valley, it was at one time a previous full sea priority. And in Southwest Washington, like the Portland metro area, you can find it in all. Surveys starting in 2018 that we did suggested that the gross annular life cycle differed from what we were reading about in Utah. Later emergence in Utah in general, and a longer activity period in Utah. And we just have abundant hosts. Himalayan blackberry is #1, but also evergreen blackberry, wild rose, thimbleberry. They all host this beetle. And then we've got rosa ornamentals in urban areas. Think of Portland, the Rose City, right? It might be the reason actually why it's can go off your birds. And then also just the PNW Caneberry nursery as well. This is just a map showing its spread. So the introduction in 1913 to New Jersey, spread throughout the Great Lakes and into Canada, and then across to the west. This one in 1939, probably the most likely pathway. It was probably a point source where infested nursery stock got brought to Colorado. And then it caused outbreaks, notable outbreaks in caneberries and roses. From its introduction through about the 1940s in the Northeast, in Utah in the 1950s, 1960s, and then currently out here. And this is just a quote from Utah in 1963 that kind of illustrates what an important pest it has been in that area. So agroless beetle pests, including the roasting girdler, they sort of have this now you see them, now you don't, fluctuating pattern of population increase and decrease. But what that means is that the damage is intermittently and unpredictably severe. So you may have nothing one year and then the next year is just really bad. We've actually seen that in our trials, we've seen it on farms too. What this leads to, is that growers end up getting blindsided with 60 to 90% of lost yield potential. And then particularly when roast and girdler first moves in kind of incognito under the radar, and then also after you get sort of a false impression that it's under control. After a couple seasons with low pest pressure, maybe it's even just a season with low pest pressure. All right, some of the challenges for PNW caneberry growers with this pest is it's pretty difficult to determine how imminent the risk is. It's difficult to determine if it's present. It can move, say, 400 feet to a quarter mile fairly commonly. It's hard to really know exactly, but that's our best estimate. It's hard to scout for it real time, it's easy to miss it. The impact, especially in the beginning, may be limited, it might be variable, or it might be just really well hidden. Like in this picture here on this side of the thimbleberries, there's a girdled cane in there, but you can barely see it. It also just has a superficial resemblance to Phytophthora. Water stress, nutrient deficiency, or just biennial cane dieback. Because the plant's vascular system is compromised and that's what it looks like. That happens. And then also the damage, especially in floricane fruiting varieties, damage may appear after summer harvest. So maybe you're not paying as close attention at that point. Second thing is that there's a fairly narrow and difficult insecticide application window. It has to occur after emergence and before females lay their eggs on the canes.
That's because when when the larvae are inside the canes, you can't get insecticide to them easily. And then emergence timing itself is just difficult to determine. We've spent a lot of time in our research trying to get that right. And also, it may occur during bloom. It actually commonly occurs during bloom. So that complicates everything. Also, if you're spraying for SWD and row stem girdler, maybe you're gonna start to push your lethal spray limit, maybe you're gonna push your MRLs. And then, because we have such abundant wild hosts, eradication is really unlikely, and it's probably just completely unrealistic. So some key damage symptoms that you're likely to find in the field are the spherical galls. But they also might have a more spiral shape like these over here. There's a blackberry, there's a raspberry, thimbleberry, rose, Himalayan blackberry, marionberry. Bunch of different, but you can see the commonality here. If you dig into the canes, if you see these kind of symptoms on the canes, you can dig into the cane and you can see that this upward spiral tunneling from the larvae being inside the cane and gradually getting bigger and bigger and increasing the diameter of the tunnels. You can see that. From midsummer into fall, you might see wilted top growth, nutrient stress foliage, bushy fruit, girdling above the gall, like in this picture here. Sometimes you don't get an actual girdle, sometimes you do. And then you also get resprouting below the girdling point, that's fairly common too. And really, a lot of people find out about this when they go to the field for cane time later in the season. You lift up the canes and they snap right up. So the row stem girdler life cycle, there's only one generation per season, luckily. So starting this diagram's from 1940, but it still holds pretty well. It's from New York State. So you can see starting with adults here, around bloom usually, followed by oviposition or egg laying, which usually occurs probably within a week to 2 weeks of the coming out of the canes. Larvae in the canes later on into the summer. By late summer, you're probably gonna start to see dieback like this from canes that are successfully girdled by the larvae. And then by about October, you're gonna have the larvae aboard into the middle of the cane, which is where they're gonna overwinter. Usually by May, you're gonna start to see pupation occur. And adult development in the cane. And coming back around to the adults emerging from the cane and leaving this characteristic D-shaped hole you see here. All right, so because emergence timing is really important to control with insecticides, we did an experiment a couple years ago using incubated canes and a whole bunch of outdoor observations to try and really develop a model for emergence. And we were fairly successful with that. The model still needs some refinement, but we got it up on AgWeatherNet. You do need a login in order to access this, which is kind of annoying, but you do. But the intention is to ease pressure to scout intensively for row stem girdler. You can actually get on this and see where the hours are at. The heat, we call it heating hours. It's similar to growing degree days, but it's a little bit different. And
This is gonna help you anticipate when you might need to spray and help you, of course, eliminate ineffective preemptive sprays that just aren't effective because the adults are now. Luckily, Utah State came up with a fairly wide range of insecticides that are effective on rose stem virulence. And what you need to do is begin full cover sprays, beginning again immediately after adult emergence. Because it's during bloom though, applications during bloom absolutely adhere to those label restrictions. I know some growers that even just take the risk because they don't want to risk their relationship with their beekeeper. You can see that most of these products are not great for pollinators, including one of the certified organic options that you have, and really only 3 that are medium to low risk to pollinators. And then you're gonna want to repeat based on reapplication interval for about 3 weeks or more if you really want to be thorough for coverage. Up to 8 weeks is probably the best for full coverage. We do have an experimental insecticide management thing that we want to try out. We submitted a research trial proposal to ORBC for funding. And these treatments, instead of targeting the adults, we're trying to disrupt egg laying by using a diluted paint, tree paint or clay barrier. So some of you are probably familiar with surround, kaolin clay. And then doing some sub-treatments of tank mixes with azadirachtin, which is derived from neem, which is effective on the larvae, not the adults, but the larvae. So we're trying to have some options that minimize risk to pollinators and also to parasitoid wasps, because we did find one that's fairly common in the Northwest that preys on rose stem virulence larvae. And we're also just trying to widen the window time for application, so you don't just need to nail that timing as directly. So cultural management, this is foundational. So if you need to prioritize some, you might want to focus on new plantings, especially because they're the most vulnerable, because they don't have that root system established yet. At the top, growth gets killed, it just sets them back and can even kill them. Ever-bearing varieties can get stand compromised, can get yield loss, especially during fall harvest. And then established floricane fruiting varieties, you can get some potential yield loss in the first year of infestation, but it might not show by the time you're harvesting. So you think you're clear, but then you get potential loss of floricanes for the following season. That's a high risk. So mechanical strategies are, you've got to prune the cane a few inches below the lowest gall, just generally target around ground level. And you're gonna destroy the damaged canes, and that's because after these beetle larvae are beyond the 4th instar or inside the cane pits, they can survive, even if the cane is pruned out. And the preferred method is to burn, because that really gets rid of it. So you could try chipping or burying it, but it's gotta go below 2 inches of soil at least. They did work in Utah that showed that needed to happen. And we've actually found galls that came through chippers as well. So burning really is the gold standard. I mentioned this before, once they're in the cane pit, they can emerge from the dead cane. Row cross pruning alone can provide significant infield control. In Utah, they found up to 80%. But that is only if nearby wild posts are also removed. That's gotta happen. And if you can't have it happen, you're gonna have a perpetual issue. You gotta know how to manage. Like I mentioned before, we did identify a parasitoid wasp. We found it in Whatcom County, we found it all throughout the Portland metro region, so we're fairly confident that it's a naturally occurring common wasp. And we have some hope for it because I think it's one reason why you see the population fluxes occur naturally is roast up girdler comes in, it's followed by the wasp knocks the population down, and after the population is down, it eventually bounces back and the cycle repeats itself. And this is just a quote from 1945 on an outbreak in Michigan, where they found high percentages of parasitism after the initial scare. And they mentioned that it had dwindled to the point where the infestation became a curiosity. So maybe we'll get lucky, maybe we won't. We don't know yet. So the biocontrol potential is still TBD. It's actually really hard to measure. But it does appear to be promising. It does appear to have an impact. With that, I can take any questions.
I was curious when you were spraying like kaolin or like.
Haven't done yet.
Oh, okay,
As proposed.
okay,
Yeah.
I was just trying to figure out how the berries would, it's hard to get that stuff off the fruit, so.
Yeah, it would be occurring probably mostly before that. Yeah. And the focus would be on the canes rather than the canopy. I know it's hard to do that.
That's the other question is, the system where you're now removing canes, old canes, do you think that increases risk or?
Yeah, it definitely does.
They bore in the dead canes?
No,
Just live.
Yeah, with live ones. Yeah, because the larvae need to actually feed on live material in the vascular system before they kill the patients.
For them viewing the fruit, because they're taking out, and so a lot of times they will find the cane that is infected, and I mean, that has, that gets trimmed out. Yeah.
I also,
Oh, I was just gonna say, this past summer I've noticed how much higher up on the cane that you would find the swelling galls.
Yeah, I forgot to mention.
Versus like almost every other year that I've seen has always been the bottom foot, maybe 2 feet of the cane, but this past year was like nothing and then way up high, like as it was growing, it's almost the timing of emergence was different this year versus other years. Ish.
Yeah, well, what we've generally seen, what other people have seen is that you'll see the gall on prime canes.
Yeah.
Or young canes.
Yeah, that's what I meant.
And then on the whatever cane is fruiting, so that would be different. It would depend, that's where you see the galls all along on the upper part of the canes.
Yeah, I guess I was only seeing it on prime canes anyway, where it was all the way up, but it was, later
They
in
have
the,
bearing varieties.
not ever bearing, no, it was all prime canes of.
Okay, yeah, it's not a hard and fast rule, sometimes.
Yeah.
Too, but that's just the general thing.
On a final cane including blackberry, one of the new ones, I mean, is where they're cut down in January.
Yeah.
Nothing is, and then we're dealing with prime cane through the summer. I mean, are we going to be successful on those that we really need to be targeting?
Yeah, well, anytime you've got it, okay, so if you don't have wild hosts on the field edge, you may have not,
Yeah,
but if you do, then it is an issue.
okay.
Yeah, because it can always come in. In fact, that's like. We've got a research cloud where we specifically like are researching this, and so we keep. These wild hosts on we don't control them, so there's always a source. That's how we do it. So, no matter, how much we prune every cane out of the field, it's.
Is there, any good lure trapping? I mean, there's nothing.
As of right now, there's not, that slide way back. Where we did our field scouting, to develop the model, we tried 2 different traps that worked for like emerald ash borer, which is related, closely related, same genus. And they totally didn't work. They don't work at all.
What distance away from a field do you need to remove the wild ones?
Yeah, generally, it's like within. In Utah, they consider like a quarter-mile isolated. Okay. Yeah, and like we've had years where. It looked like they only came from, say, 300 feet away. But then like the next year it was everywhere, so we're like, did they come from its 1,000-foot away patch this time? Yeah, or was the wind different, or, right? That's why it's hard to figure out.
We had a big flood in 2000 last year, I mean, and some of it, I mean, was, we're in fields we hadn't had any the previous years. And then in one field where, I mean, it was 2 years, it was just an isolated area. I mean, blew up the whole field.
And sometimes like I'll go out in areas that I absolutely expect it to be found, and I cannot.
Yeah.
Like the years when we were doing those trials, they were at every site except for Troutdale. They were not in Troutdale. I don't know why. They were boring, they were in Portland. Not in Troutdale.
East wind.
In the cold.
And we got them for him. Yeah.
But there's a lot of corridors for them to move around incrementally every year, railroad tracks. Along waterways, anywhere where there's a lot of Himalayan blackberry. Thimbleberry, salmonberry.
I don't think we saw them in our, raspberry, south of Richmond, Richfield.
Right.
There wasn't a whole lot there, I think there's blackberries all along the south edge, but then our fields and boring. Yeah, they just really, we tried something different, it kind of looks interesting so far, we'll see, is we sprayed it, 1st of October was mold X. And it's a high rate of surfactant, real high, I mean. It's looking, I mean, is not see, I mean, I can see that we have balls out there. But the cane still looks like it's.
That's not uncommon.
Yeah.
Sometimes it is not successful to actually cure them. Sometimes that's when the parasitoids get at them, sometimes they just die of other.
I mean, and a lot of times, the galls are only maybe an inch long. It doesn't seem like seeing a lot of that long, but you're showing on some of your pictures where they're.
Some of them they do, yeah.
Yeah. But it may not be the spray, it may be, we did leave 2 rows on it, so we'll see what. Yeah.
Any final questions either on Zoom or in the room?
Thanks, Justin.
There are pesticide sheets which Katie's gonna lay out, in the middle here.
It's good, they were circulating around.
If anybody's missed it,
Still.
yeah, if anybody's missed it, go ahead and, sign on the table over there. And yeah, thanks for another good year. The recording will be available and we'll circulate that to you when they come. So have a good season, everyone. Good luck with it. Oh, yeah.
Grab a pen and grab your.
Oh, I can get you.
Well, if you have something to give me, I can just.
Right.
Sure. Do we have a?
And I just got it, yeah, I just got it last year, so.
Yeah.
But that's the same, I
Yeah. Oh, perfect. So I'll check it with you and get that updated, so, yeah.
I appreciate it, thank you.
Yeah, I appreciate it. Well.
Huh? Eat that. Amanda.
Yeah.
Yeah. So if you don't. We basically decided to.
Yeah. So like, I don't know if that kind of issues, but also did
Okay.
a lot of different research style with the house.
Yeah.
Where you can over factor the post number.
Oh.
So you have to find somebody that has like a fight house.
Yeah.
Or it's where they.
Yeah.
Okay.
Talk with.
Where are you located? Oh, in Miami.
Like right close to like what's the area?
Yeah, yeah. Okay. Let me ask the manager, you know, so. He might know somebody. Yeah. We can have one. Safety workers, and we also, yeah, like.
Yeah.
But, yeah.
So they,
Yeah,
like,
can I hit your
they're fine.
phone?
Yeah. So, I'm very interested in what that looks like.
Yeah.
We got.
So 5, 4, 7, 7. And my name is Holly.
Okay.
I know so many.
Oh, you'll be with.
Yeah.
Yeah.
My sister lives in Bellingham, and I think I'm here for surgery.
Yeah. And then there's some that are.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is it Nick Andrews?
Yes.
Okay, yeah. Uh-huh. Yeah.
In a lot of things.
Oh, yeah.
So I think that. That's for.
That's
But I.
what thing.
Yeah.
I would,
Oh, cool. Yeah.
Yeah.
But one of your, that.
It's always.
Yeah.
No, it's now, instead of starting in the afternoon, so it doesn't necessarily.